I destroyed a lot of territory that day. Zeus broke another pen. He simply reached in his desk drawer and withdrew another one. We moved back to Japan after a few years and started up the Nakeful and Shampoo had sort of given it to me, although she still legally owned it, again which had been closed for quite some time. Cologne had been gone from it for a while. I suppose she had finally gone off and died somewhere. I cannot forgive her for what she has done, but for some reason I hope she found some redemption. Although with all she has done in her life, I shudder to think what, if anything, could have been so great as to redeem her. I really did not wish to go back, but there was really no choice seeing as how most of the village had already left for the cities. It's what happens when you cannot adapt to changing times. The first part of the old ghoul's prophecy had come to pass. Tofu's clinic was destroyed in a very strange explosion some time later. Kasumi was mortally wounded in the blast. It was said Ryugu was to blame. I visited him in prison. I knew it was not he who did it. He was released a couple of weeks later when a similar blast destroyed another building in Japan. That building was the Tendo Dojo, and it took a victim as well, Nabiki. I wonder about that sometimes, but there is nothing I could do about that either. The second part of that prophecy had come to pass. Yukayo was killed in the insane asylum a few years later. Yes, I say killed. Ryuga told me the story later as he came from burying her. I am sure there is more to it than even he knows, but that is not what matters. Another of my friends was dead and I couldn't do a thing about it. I went alone and visited the site. I found a lonely grave with a simple inscription on the marker. Sumimasen. It fit. Why didn't you let me help you, Ryuga, my friend? He asked as he continued to write, occasionally wiping away tears. He died a few years ago. I don't like to think about it much. Shampoo continued her research to try and bring your soul back from the spring it was imprisoned in. I, for my part, continued to live happily with my family. Still, even I can feel something is wrong. The tapestry of our lives was torn apart when its center, you, was taken from us. That tapestry remains. Though so many are dead and gone, others changed beyond belief. As I said before, it still waits for you to return to set right what has gone wrong. When you were killed, all the supporting pieces of the tapestry were heavily damaged in some way. We needed you. The problem is that when Shampoo does succeed, as there is no doubt she will one day, very few of us will be around to support you as you do what you must. Because just as we needed you, you needed us. Without the supporting pieces of the tapestry, you will fail. I only hope that whatever gods are in heaven will provide you with others to help you so that you do not. I wish I could be there. The story of my life. To always never be where I would most wish to be. Some would argue to be where I was most needed to be, which just happens to be in other places when all my friends were either being killed or whatever else happened to them. Forgive me, Ranma, for I will be long gone when you finally appear again. I will not be able to help you then, But if you find yourself reading this one day, take heart and remember this: the world needs you to be strong. And try to find some happiness. Don't become a soulless void like a lot of people were after you died. Take care, my friend. I hope to see you in the next world. We'll all be waiting for you there. Mithus put the pen down and closed the book. Gods, had her to do, he thought. He moved his chair and stood up. His wife heard him stir, and knowing that lot he had just written down was very painful for him, opened the door and came into their room. Deity, she thought as she looked at his face. It was contorted from grief. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his hands looked as if they were covered in ink. She almost flew over to him to hold him, comfort him. She held him as he clutched her tightly and softly cried. 30 years later, the letter was delivered. I know someday you'll have a beautiful life. I know someday you'll be the sun in somebody else's sky, but why? Why? Why can't it be mine? Double quote black, written by Eddie Vedder and Tapestry Torn * Chapter 12 * Nikumi and Ikumi by Adrian Wong, edited by 4CW6 Art 2096. Characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Word. Japanese dialogue thoughts, Chinese dialogue / illusory sounds, memories. I ate Japanese men. It all began once upon a time, when a cute-looking, short Japanese boy by the name of Raposi stole my heart and my treasures from me. The words he said as he fled from the village have stayed with me for the rest of my life. Fa. You think that I would been tied down for real by a Chinese chick? I think not. The seed of my hatred, and I do insist that it is justified, was planted at that moment, after that heartless betrayal. You must think it is terribly racist of me to make such a statement. You must think of me as a bitter, hateful woman, as Mithus used to think and probably still does. You may even think that I am evil, as Shampoo did and probably still does. Think what you like. I've long since stopped caring about what others think of me. Except for her. Shampoo, my vibrant, winsome Shampoo, the jewel of the tribe, the pride of my line, my great-granddaughter. Daughter. My soulmate. She was one of the few who wasn't intimidated by my hideous appearance later in life, and the only one who would trust me enough to open up her heart for me, asking for my advice. Hiba-chan, lotion and tissue won't play with me anymore after I've defeated them in the elementary tournament. What should I do? Hiba-chan, mouthwash and toothpaste are giving me flowers. But Jewel and Blossom are unhappy because of it. What should I do? Hiba-chan, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? And I had answered her, with my years of experience on such trivial matters that were somehow the foci of every young girl's life, and she had always listened. I'm proud to say that my advice always served her well. She was the best there was of her generation, and yet her peers loved her, and the younger ones adored her, and used her as their role model. One could say that she was the golden girl of the village. She was a happy child, a fortunate fact that attributed to her playfulness and childlike quality that would eventually follow her into her blossoming years. Instead of slacking off because of her success, young Shampoo was always trying to do her best in the art, hoping to grow up like someone that she saw as her role model. Heba-chan. When I grow older, I'll be strong and smart just like you. How much it used to warm my heart to hear her say that, day after day. I was her mentor then, and she my pupil. The trust and love between us was strong as that between a parent and her child. And if the mutual manipulation between son and Ranma and his parents was taken as canon, then my love for Shampoo had exceeded that of a mother and father put together. And then, when Shampoo was 13, something happened, threatening to destroy the bonds between us. Something by the name of Mthus. Now, there is a secret hidden behind that voice, a secret that only the older generation of the village knows of, a secret that even he himself was unaware of, much less Shampoo. Mthus has 1/4 of Japanese blood in him. Back in the days of the Japanese invasion, or as you could call it, the Second World War, China, with the Communist and the People's Republic fighting among themselves, fell easy prey into the hands of the Japanese armies. The big, more crowded cities got the worst of it. Chinese men were tortured in hideous ways that even the devil himself couldn't think of, before they were mercifully killed off. Chinese women, young, old, virgins, pregnant, all were subjected to very much the same. After they'd been raped, of course. And the frightful thing was that those deaths were all meaningless. None of those tortured and killed were guilty of anything more than bowing too late in front of an enemy soldier, or simply being too physically tempting for their own good. The streets were covered with dead people, all barely humanoid after the deformations that they had been subjected to when they were still alive. Compared to those Japanese soldiers, Kako's eyes, who merely beat up some of the women in our village and fled after robbing their valuables, was almost a saint. The elders, and myself, had thought that the Amazon village was relatively safe in its remote location. We were proven wrong. Just a little while after the official start of World War II, a clan of female ninjas came to our village for a little friendly sparring, as they called it. What was the name of the clan? Kenker? Kenzan? Anyway, they simply showed up at our village, and one of them challenged the winner of the maiden tournament to a battle of life and death, to see which clan of women warriors was the strongest. I, who was already the leader of the village at that point, had of course forbidden the young warrior to take such a bet. We Chinese Amazons, at that point, still believed that there was no honor in death. The champion of the Kunoikai clan, a girl ninja with a coolly arrogant expression, began taunting our champion with words vile enough to enrage any living person, let alone an Amazon. The people of the village were angered by the Kunoikai's words too, and urged our champion to take on the challenge. I couldn't stop her. a thing that I would regret for years to come. Our champion had already gone through 100 matches that day just to get to become the winner. Exhausted, and no longer thinking clearly, the girl fell prey to the kunoi kai's rapid and precise attacks. The entire village watched in horror as our winner's heart was pierced through by the kunoi kai's katana. The following couple of hours was spent in crazed, savage battle, in which the Amazons and the Kenzan kunoi kai went all out against each other, with nothing else in mind but to kill. And kill. And kill. By the end of the day, we had lost a few warriors, while each and every one of the Kenzan kunoi kai was turned into pulpy masses of amorphous flesh. Many of the villagers had helplessly thrown up on the scene after regaining their senses. That was the day when the law regarding the kiss of death was written. The Kenzan clan never troubled us directly again. However, they did something else, something that had almost wiped the Amazon village off the face of Earth. They bribed a company of the invading army to launch a direct assault on the Amazon village. As a result, the armed might of our village was forced to compete with the modern weaponry of the Japanese. Many of our men were killed, while some of the younger and more beautiful ones were treated as women, before they were killed too. Only a few had managed to escape, and only with the help of their warrior wives sacrificing their lives on their behalf. Young women were raped, of course, and subjected to degrading acts that would drive any non-warrior woman insane. Not even the lowliest prostitutes could have survived that kind of degradation. I can still remember the sight of one of the village girls being pinned under a rather handsome soldier as he roughly violated her body while taunting her with vile words that I could never forget. Now who's stronger, huh? Man or woman? Come on, answer me, you Chinese bitch. Who is thing stronger, huh? But the girl still had her dignity, and bit her tongue and took her own life rather than listening to the man continued to mouth such blasphemy. Sadly, that didn't stop the man from continuing to violate her body. It was only by pure chance and miracle that I managed to find a long-forgotten formula capable of temporary rejuvenation. With it, many of the elders, and myself with them, managed to regain young bodies to go with our wisdom skills. With the full power of the Amazonian heritage on our side, we defeated even their most advanced weapons. Our victory had brought about a frenzied moment among us Amazons. Each of us had been degraded, hurt, and had lost at least one of our family members to the Japanese soldiers. We were only too happy to let out our anger and bitterness on the invaders. We used their own inventions against them, killing those Japanese men with their own methods of torture. Then of course, there are always the more handsome ones that the village women would have used for before killing them. Thus, the law regarding the kiss of love was written. But for the sake of keeping our law books from being vulgar, we used the term marry instead of female on top copulation. The fate of the man who has bested an Amazon woman is to be her slave in whatever way she chooses, for whatever period of time that she demands. She could even choose to kill him outright if the man was unattractive by her standards. Ranma. If only you knew how lucky you were that you managed to bewitch Champiso. But there was a price to be paid for the victory, as the elders and I soon discovered the side effect of the youth potion, and why it was forgotten in the first place. After a period of regained youth, the person who takes the potion will grow old faster than a normal person. Within 10 years, the elders all died from old age, while I became an old woman that was somehow older looking than what my years warranted. By the time Shampoo was old enough to know me as her great-grandmother, I was already a withered crone that was shocking to the eye. Only my years of training kept that wretched body strong and alive. Back to the point. I was talking about Moose, wasn't I? At one point, the Japanese soldier that I had mentioned earlier was held to the ground as a couple of the more aggressive warrior women took their turns with him. The little bastard, who was mouthing such blasphemous words against women just a day ago, was now shuddering in a most unmanly manner as our warriors drained him endlessly for their own pleasure. One of them, aggressive and foolishly without precautions, took the longest time with him. It was almost as if she was using sexual dominance of the man as an outlet for her anger and shame. They were quite a sight, a half-crazed, ferocious woman, riding on top of a wide-eyed, traumatized man grasping for breath. She was still riding on the Japanese man when he died of exhaustion and physical injuries. His eyes, wide with madness and hatred, were still open even as his last breath had left him. 9 months later, Methuse's mother was born. She took after her own mother, to such a point that people frequently forgot that she was of Japanese ancestry. The mother, having soon thereafter returned to her senses, was only too happy to get the twisted mess behind her, as was the entire village. Everything was back to normal. That is, until Methuse was born. It really wasn't his fault that he resembled that Japanese soldier so much. I knew that. But looking at him growing up, looking more and more like his grandfather, was making many of those that had been through the war uneasy, especially for those that had aided in the rape and murder of his grandfather. He wasn't loved by the older generation of the village. While they didn't exactly hate him, they avoided him like the plague, only taking care of him when it was of utmost necessity. I have to admit that I, who had at one point held down the soldier as the women warriors raped him, used to be one of them. Through his calm, beautiful eyes, we were all forced to see what we had done in our revenge-driven madness. We avoided him to hide from our memories of that disturbing scene. Methuse grew to be a quiet, reserved child. He was shy with children his age, and was not close with anyone aside from his mother. As if surrounded by an invisible layer of glass, he was unable to make contact with those in the village. I used to pity him due to his loneliness. That was, until I saw him beginning to hang around my great-granddaughter. Everybody was amazed to see that Methuse could actually laugh and fool around like a normal child as long as his playmate was Shampoo. The glass case holding him back was non-existent when he was with her. My rational side, as you modern people call it, was happy for Mthus to have found a friend in the village at long last. It was also proud of the fact that my shampoo was so brilliant that she could make friends with even the most enigmatic of them all. Surely she would have grown up to be a beloved leader of the village. My irrational side, however, was troubled by their increasing closeness. It was convinced that through Mthus, that Japanese soldier would have his revenge upon us. Whenever Shampoo took him to our home for meals, or just to play their childish games, I, who was supposed to have mastered the art of deception decades ago, always failed miserably in acting. Naturally around him, the two of them must have noticed it. For I once heard the following conversation as my curiosity prompted me to spy on the pair. Shampoo, why does your Hiba-chan dislike me? Silly Mthus. Hiba-chan doesn't dislike you. Her smile towards me. It looks so forced. Well, Oh, you are just overreacting. Hiba-chan always smiles like this. Does she? Yeah. Shampoo. Is it because I'm weak? Is it because I always lose to the other boys in fights? Is that why none of the elders like me? Mthus. Don't say that. That's not true. Isn't it? It isn't. I don't know about the other elders, but Hiba-chan does not hate you. Otherwise, why would she let you come over to our place? Well. The children fell into an uneasy silence as I quietly left. A little while after that time, Shampoo stopped inviting Mthus to our house. I should have confronted Shampoo about it, and clear up this misunderstanding before it got out of hand. But some urgent village concerns distracted me from such seemingly trivial matters, and I soon forgot the incident. After all, I used to think that the impressions of children are of little importance, as nothing in their world was ever serious. How wrong I was. One afternoon, after a particularly exhausting debate session at the Amazon Council, I decided to take a walk around the beautiful waterfall area behind the village. The sound of the splashing water, together with the sweet scent of the exotic weeds, had always succeeded in washing away my strain in the past. As I got nearer and nearer the stream, I heard a familiar aiwai echoing in the forest. Curious, I quietly crept up to behind the tall weeds of the waterfall, and took a peek to see what had happened to my child. And my heart froze. Shampoo, her face dirty and her clothes torn, was pinned under him. The blasphemous man. The cruelly handsome Japanese soldier who had taunted our women as he raped them mercilessly. The beautiful loser, who should have died after being repeatedly raped by our women warrior, was now taking his revenge on my child. My innocent, faultless child. Now who's the stronger one, huh? He asked while kissing her roughly. The memory of the twisted ordeal flashed across my mind like a fierce bolt of blazing white thunder. In a moment of primal fear and maddening rage, I leapt out and hit the vengeful ghost over his head with my staff, forcing him away from Shampoo. And he fell off my child like a rag doll. I turned to Shampoo, relieved, until I saw the fear and shock in her eyes. I couldn't understand why she was staring at me as if I was suddenly turning into some kind of hideous ghoul right before her eyes. What have you done, Hiba-chan? What have you done to Mthus? Mthus? What about Mthus? He wasn't there. Was he? I slowly turned around, and saw the comatose body of the boy. His eyes were rolled up into their sockets, his foam formed at the corners of his open mouth. Shampoo's voice became increasingly hysterical as she grabbed onto my shoulders and shook me frantically. We were playing, Hiba-chan. Playing. We were playing and wrestling and he kissed me. Hurt. You hurt him. You hurt him. Why? Why did you hurt him? Why? Why? We were playing. Why did you hurt him? Why? 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 Hiba-chan, why? Trying to calm the racing of my heart, I hit the sleeping point on Shampoo, and immediately got the children to the village doctor to be saved. His mother was, of course, grief-stricken over this, and filed a lawsuit against me. The members of the Amazon Council looked at me as if I were a ghost. They questioned me, over and over again, to see why the honored grand matriarch of the village would have done something like that to a defenseless, inferior boy. And I answered, over and over again, that it was because I caught him trying to kiss Shampoo, and overreacted. I was determined that no one should know of the horrific vision I had witnessed. I would have been deemed insane by the village then. I was pretty sure that the council would have outcast me, if it wasn't for my contribution in defending the village during the Second World War. I merely got 1,000 slashes for my crime, hardly anything that I couldn't handle. I know now, from the series of events that occurred later, that some of those in the council had deemed me unfit to be the grand matriarch since then. My reputation as an intelligent, level-headed leader was destroyed as of that day. But all things considered, it was Shampoo who had given me the harshest punishment of all, by totally ignoring me after getting over her shock. She even ran away to stay with my brother, refusing to even let me go near her. By using Zeus as his tool, the vengeful, Japanese monster had gotten his revenge after all. How I hate Japanese men. I tried to make amends for what I'd done. I used my knowledge in magic to heal the wounded boy as best as I could. Eventually, he woke up, none the worse than he was before the accident. Save for the fact that he couldn't see very well anymore. The stunned look on Zeus's face after he opened his eyes would stay in my mind for the rest of my life. I made it my responsibility to train him as a warrior again, to overcome his newly impaired vision. I offered him two choices of style, the armed or unarmed combat of my family line. In a rather flat voice, he replied, armed combat. Specializing in hidden weapons. When I began to spar with him, his insistence on using real, sharpened weapons that made it clear that he was trying to take his revenge upon me. It was only his impaired vision and my century of training that kept me safe from his vengeance. He then began following me around, calling me names in public places, hoping to agitate me, hoping that I'd lose control like the last time, that I'd finally be expelled from the tribe. I was feeling too much guilt then for it to affect me, and thankfully, the ghost never troubled me again. Besides, the monotone in which he spoke with made his words more chilling than insulting. Old ghoul. Why won't you answer me? Are you afraid? You know, the entire village is laughing at you behind your back. The most high-ranking matriarch, helpless against a mere boy's taunting. They see you're starting to lose it, dried fish. That's why you attacked me in the first place, wasn't it? That's why a century-old matriarch would attack a child of 13, wasn't it? Why won't you answer me, old monkey? Afraid your teeth will fall out if you ever open up your wrinkled lips. Eventually, even his own mother felt ashamed at his behavior, and ordered him to stop embarrassing the grand matriarch like that. But he wouldn't, and nobody in the village had the heart to stop a wrong boy from doing what he wanted. Not even myself, who was the one who had destroyed he who could have been a happy child in the first place. Ironically, it was Moose's all too obvious hatred towards me that obtained for me Shampoo's partial forgiveness. One day, he was testing my patience again, taunting me in the village temple as I meditated. Then, the miracle took place. Shampoo, marching right up to the boy, ordered him to stop in a firm, warrior's voice. To my surprise, he did, with a sheepish expression on his face. Shampoo then ran towards me and gave me a teary hug, saying that I shouldn't feel guilty over that incident anymore, that I had more than paid for what I'd done, that if anyone should be blamed it should have been her. I chided her for thinking that she was responsible. One thing led to another and we, great-grandmother and daughter, took our first step towards reconciliation. As the two of us made our way back home, I heard distinctively the sound of knuckles cracking from behind us, following us like a subtle curse. Things began to go back to normal after that, with Shampoo once again seeing me as her mother figure. I told her that it was okay if she wanted to be friends with Moose, and that I wasn't thinking very clearly when I did what I'd done the last time. She asked me, in a tentative voice, if that had to do with Moose being weak. I denied it, for it was the truth. Shampoo didn't seem too convinced, but for my sake she pretended to accept my words. Moose had, of course, continued to chase after Shampoo. I swear by the earth that I did nothing to prevent him from getting Shampoo's love. However, I eventually came to realize that what Shampoo felt for him was what she would have felt if she had had a brother. I even tried telling him that myself, once. He didn't answer me. I never did discover what had he told Shampoo afterwards, but after that day, Shampoo seldom allowed herself to be seen together with him in my presence. Eventually, Shampoo's interest in Moose dimmed, and she began to avoid him. Part of the change may be attributed to the fact that he kept mistaking shrubs, animals, and other not even remotely purple objects for Shampoo, annoying the girl to no end. Moose, however, only tried all the harder to force her into loving him, usually with disastrous results. Shampoo began to see him as a nuisance, and coldly rejected him whenever he tried to pester her with his love. Throughout all this, true to my word, I did not interfere. As his desperation grew, he even came to me, once, and me, who he hated, who he would have sliced into ribbons if not for my superior skills, and yet he came. He broke down crying, saying that it was because of his blindness that Shampoo does not love him. Pinning me against a wall, he screamed, "You! It is because of you that Shampoo won't love me. If you hadn't robbed me of my sight, she would have grown to love me. Give me back my Shampoo. Give her to me. Make her love me again, you ghoul. Make her love me again. Make her love me." I remained wordless as he continued to hit me with his bare, weak hands until he was exhausted. I would have given anything to him just to have him happy again. But no, not Shampoo, not an innocent girl who, despite what she believed, had nothing to do with his tragedy. If Moose wished for more compensation for his loss, it would have to be something from me and me alone. As fate would have it, Shampoo's first real love was Japanese. I can still remember the day when he first came to our village, in his cursed form. It was during a tournament. Shampoo had already fought against at least 100 girls to get to the final match, but was still doing remarkably well against Linji, one of the biggest girls of her generation, much to my pride and the village's awe. At that point, or rather, she, tag matched straight up to the prize of the village tournament together with that panda father of hers. Without asking for permission to eat the food, or even how much the food was going to cost, she and the panda began wolfing it down in front of everybody's horrified eyes. The elders were especially disturbed. This was reminding them too much of the Kenzan Kunoikai's challenge. Shampoo, who had just won the race, was of course extremely angry, and confronted the rude foreigner. To Shampoo's surprise, not only did she not apologize, she told the Jews and Kyobai to tell Shampoo that she would challenge Shampoo for the prize. The entire village was outraged. Shampoo had spent the entire day fighting through countless battles just to make it to the final match, which she had already won. That Japanese girl, still fresh and tired and recently re-energized by consuming the prize, tagged the goal to challenge Shampoo at this point. I had, of course, whispered to Shampoo not to accept such a ridiculous challenge. But Shampoo, in her burning rage, wouldn't listen to me. When she leapt up onto the sacred battle log, it was already too late for me to interfere. Tired, and already not thinking clearly, she was easily kicked off the log by the outsider, thus allowing the sacred prize of the village to be degraded by that girl, that Japanese girl. That day, the Amazon village was insulted in a way it had not seen since the Second World War. Having no other way to make up for her mistake and save face for the village, Shampoo did the only thing that she could. She became the first to use the law of the kiss of death. The entire village watched in shock as Shampoo kissed the foreign girl, thus putting her life on the line to salvage the village's honor. And just like the last time, I was unable to stop the disaster from occurring. I had wanted to go with her, to at least aid her on this seemingly impossible mission. Shampoo could not kill anyone. She lacked the required ruthlessness. Frankly, I hoped she never had to. By offering to go along with her, I was hoping that I would be the one doing the dirty deed. After all, I had slaughtered dozens of Japanese invaders in World War I. What more was one insolent Japanese kid? But Shampoo had insisted that she should go alone. Hiba-chan, if I can't even carry out an Amazon law, how can I ever hope to be a matriarch? I hated myself then for letting that law come to pass. And so, Shampoo went on her quest, and we lost contact with her for about 2 months. After that time, just as I had predicted, Shampoo came back in tears, saying that she had been unable to carry out the law. The law that she had taken upon herself in front of the entire village. Hiba-chan, I can't. I failed the village. Those in the council who had lost faith in me since the incident with Moose seized the opportunity. They used Shampoo's failure in her vow to attack my position in the council. Shampoo, knowing how things had gone between the council and I, became a complete wreck as she blamed herself for the council's attack on me. Moose was by her side during that difficult time, and served well in calming her. Despite his obsessive nature, I had to give him credit for always being there for Shampoo when she needed it. After 3 days of hellish, almost non-stop debating at the council, we reached an agreement. If I was to redeem Shampoo's honor by training Shampoo to be a better warrior, then all could be forgiven for both of us. The designated training ground was Juzen-kyo. After the first sparring session, Shampoo was cursed with a cat's body. The added insight about the nature of the cursed pools made her realize the truth behind her challenger's condition, that her target was a male. Shampoo then surprised me with a determined look that could only belong to an Amazon as she said the following words in the serious tone of an adult: "If Ranma truly is a man, then my groom he shall be." From then, it was only a short time before we made our way to Japan, together, this time, but the rest of what we had done is already known. As for the others, how should I describe Ranma Saotome? In the beginning, I only knew him as a fighter. His power came from his ability to rapidly think up both offensive and defensive moves to use upon an opponent. His skills, honed by an unloving father who valued him only for his martial arts ability, were quite marvelous for that of someone his age. However, none of the harsh, suicidal training methods that he had been through, not even that ridiculous cat fu, had prepared him to be a truly refined martial artist like Kirin or Herb. Before his madness, that island Ranma, with all his combat abilities, had remained an unjaded warrior. And so, I tested his worthiness by seeing if he was able to pick up the Kachutenshin Amagurikan. He succeeded, earning my respect for him as a potential match for Shampoo, yet I couldn't help but feel that he hated me ever since then for trying to force him into marrying Shampoo. Oh, Ranma, if only you knew how naively egotistic you were. He had been through quite a few major crises in his life. Knowing of Shampoo's love for him, and thinking that he would one day be my in-law, I tried to gain his trust by unconditionally helping him out in most, if not all those times. I think he started to forgive me after I taught him the Hiryu Shotenfa, but I can't be too sure. Anyway, after that time, he and his Japanese fiancée dropped their guards enough to eat at my restaurant often without fearing that I'd drug them. Of course, that was also due to the fact that the idea of eating real Chinese food for free is tempting to the majority of the Japanese population. There was a time in my life when I thought that boy was fairly likable despite his Japanese blood. I used to wonder how such a wonderful boy could have come from such a wretched, selfish father. That was before I began to see him as a man rather than a fighter. He was a manipulator of women that I haven't seen since I last visited the Amazon village ages ago. While openly refusing my great-granddaughter's requests to go on dates, he kept hanging around her of his own volition. To get what he had wanted from her, be it the instant man-spring or the hypnotic scent, Ranma would promise Shampoo dates or flowers or other such worthless things that were crucial to a young woman's life. After he had obtained what he sought, he would brazenly go back on his words and leave the girl in 1,000 shattered pieces that were left to me to put together. I can see that now, to him, Shampoo, Yukayu, even to some extent, Kodakai, were but pawns to be used to serve his own purposes. They were important to him only when they've got something to offer: magical artifacts, free food, financial assistance, or simply a helping hand in battle. After they'd served his purpose, it was Akan that he always returned to. The fact that those three had kept coming back for more only boosted his ego, making him think that it was okay to continue to treat them as his tools. In fact, I bet that he didn't even once feel guilty about it. He didn't even know it was wrong. But still, his beautiful smile, his seemingly innocent strong-headedness and his fearlessness in physical battles had masked all these from everyone, even myself. To all normal eyes, he appeared to be a harmlessly mischievous, yet righteous boy, the kind that girls fun on and women smile at. It wasn't until the incident with the reversal jewel that I appreciated just how far he could go when it came to satisfying his Japanese male pride. He, who had been ridiculing Shampoo's overtly aggressive pursuit of him behind the poor girl's back, was now vowing to get her to love him again. It wasn't because he had fallen in love with Shampoo all of a sudden. No, it was because he needed Shampoo's attentions to satisfy himself, to make him feel good, to get people to admit how popular he was. I then realized that despite all his attractiveness, he was almost as selfish as that Japanese father of his. Suddenly, it all made perfect sense to me. Just as his father had stolen young girls' dowries with lies, he had robbed our village's prize with taunts. Just as his father had manipulated him for his selfish gains, he had manipulated the women around him to serve his own purposes. Just as his father had fled from his wife due to his inability to gain honor, he had hidden his feelings from Akantendo from addiction to what his outer fiancés provided for him. He, with his beautiful form and light grace, was still, undeniably, his father's son. There is only one kind of punishment fitting for a man of his kind. He wanted to get Shampoo to love him. Then I'd have him marry her. Once married, by Amazon law, he would have to obey Shampoo as his superior. He was going to make Shampoo happy for the rest of his life, whether he liked it or not. Otherwise, Shampoo would take another man as her head husband, demoting him to the status of concubine, which was really but another term for house servant. And should he prove to be difficult, the law allowed for the application of righteous discipline. For once, Shampoo would be a winner in their relationship. I would make sure of it. I can't tell you how disappointed I was when my plan backfired at the last minute. My only solace was that Shampoo seemed to be taking it better than I thought she would. Things seemed to calm down for a while, as they always did before a storm. Shampoo was soon her perky and playful self again, going after Ranma with all the vigor of a lovesick young woman. Ranma, after regaining Shampoo's love, had once again found it to be something that he could afford to ignore and stamp on. If it weren't for the fact that Shampoo truly cared for him, I would have dosed out some serious punishment to that impertinent boy. Well, eventually, I guess I did after all. Business had been soaring at the Nakoyadan for the next 2 months, largely due to the fact that the other Chinese restaurant in the area was moving away to downtown Tokyo. After saving up enough extra money, I managed to surprise my shampoo with a gift that I knew she had always wanted. It was an extraordinarily beautiful Western-style gown, one that I had many times seen Shampoo drooling over from outside its glass window at an elegant but expensive boutique. When she rose from her futon and found the stylishly wrapped package lying right on her table, she practically ate with glee. I then went into the room with a smile, and before I could even get a word out, she was already there, hugging me and thanking me like an excited child. If I had known that she had wanted the dress that much, I would have gotten it for her a long time ago. She then asked me if she could take the morning off just to show off that dress to everybody. I smiled, knowing exactly who that everybody was going to be. I told her that a gown like that was only supposed to be worn at parties. But she persisted, and seeing no harm in it, I gave her an entire day off just to do whatever she liked with her new treasure. After all, what harm could it have done? I doubt she has ever been as happy since then. After Shampoo put on the gown, I finally realized why that package had cost such an astronomical sum in the first place. First, for the sake of decency, a flesh-toned one-piece suit, which came with the package, had to be worn. Then, the violet, half-translucent gown was to be put on. It amazed me that something that loose and tender could have managed to hug a woman's body in all the right places, turning it into a work of art. I guess the money was more well spent than I had originally thought. I added the finishing touches for her by curling up her free-falling long hair into elaborate locks and putting on her makeup. By the time we were done, my great-granddaughter was transformed from a pretty little nymph into a stunning goddess that could make any great-grandmother proud. I must have been smiling from ear to ear as Shampoo waltzed through the restaurant into the streets, stunning every male and female customer into freezing as she passed by gracefully. Thus, after putting on his glasses and taking a look at her, became too dazed to work for the rest of the day. At night, while I was cleaning up from behind the counter, Shampoo quietly slipped through the doors and hurried up into her room before I could take a good look at her. It didn't take a genius to figure out that something had gone wrong. It took me 10 minutes to get the girl to open up the door for me. With her head lowered, I lifted her chin and saw something that turned my blood cold. On one side of Shampoo's face was a scarlet, rather large handprint that seemed to be burning against the surrounding pale skin. She looked away from me as tears of shame flowed down her cheeks and onto my withered, trembling hand. I went to the Tendo dojo. I tried looking for Ranma, but Akan won't let me. She was jealous, calling me a slut for wearing the gown. I was angry, and we fought. Before I could hit her, someone slapped me. Ranma. It was him. He said that he had had enough. He never want to see me at their dojo again. He never did tell me how I look in this dress. And she broke down crying, no longer able to go on. As Amazons, we had all gotten our fair share of bruises in the past. But A slap? From a male? Unthinkable. I looked at my child, my painfully perfect child, suffering again and again at the hands of that boy. No, that Japanese man, and I knew then that someone had had enough. And it wasn't him. No, not by a long shot. The deathly calm that had hung over me for the next few days must have been quite evident. Even Moose, who had always taunted me with ease, had kept his mouth shut around me. Shampoo, after getting over her own heartache, had timidly muttered to me time after time that the fault was on her, that I shouldn't be angry with Ranma, that she was sure that she could have worked things out with him. Of course the fault didn't lie with Ranma, for he had played the passive victim so well that even I have to give him credit for his performance. By stringing along half a dozen women with light promises and insincere compliments, he had only to sit back and relax as they fought each other like cats and dogs while he himself remaining guiltless all the while. As long as it didn't touch Akan, his uncute, sexless tomboy, it was but an amusing game for him. Very well, little one. You can play at the game of puppet mastering, providing that we've got the right tools. A week later, my tool had conveniently made his way into my plan. My first love, later to become my first hate, such bitter irony. The years had taken away much of his cuteness, as well as his guard against hidden traps and subtle dangers. Perhaps it had to do with his inhuman accomplishment in the art through a century of training. Either way, it was fine with me, for after the whole thing was over with, he would be the one taking the fall, not I, or so I thought. He came to me for advice on how to teach that Ranma Polka lesson. I gave him the scroll with instructions on how to summon one of the most powerful spirits of Juzenkyo. I wrote it in large, simple kanji, so that even someone like the senile old fool wouldn't mix up the procedures. Foreshadowing the love that Shampoo had offered him, Ranma would be punished. After this encounter, he would find himself humbled as he realized just how inferior he was when compared to even the ghost of a true Chinese warrior. I would have done it myself, if Shampoo had not held me back. Some time later, the eldest Tendo daughter informed us of Ranma's death. I hadn't anticipated that he would be tactless enough to allow himself to die. Hurt, maybe, but to actually get killed? That just wasn't his style. If he survived battles with Kumon Ryu and so many other ruthless fighters, how could he possibly get killed? Unthinkable. To my horror and disbelief, Shampoo's sanity began collapsing as I watched. Her eyes, once bright and sparkling with mischief, were now as vacant as that of the Kasumi girl. No, even more so. Kasumi tried to slap Shampoo back into sanity, as the latter babbled mindlessly about cleaning up the mess on the floor. Why, Shampoo? He was but 1 in 1,000. He was good, but not that good. He died so easily, and he was fond of such a shameful, dishonorable father and honor-driven, brit-brained mother. Shampoo, how could you actually allow yourself to be hurt over him? I tried saying something, anything that would stop her descent into insanity. I don't remember clearly what I said, but it was something to the effect of be strong, and put this behind you. What came out must have been much worse than what I was aiming for Shampoo abruptly whirled around towards me with something that I could never have imagined on her sweet, beautiful face: hatred. It was the same deep, pure hatred that I'd felt when Ako's eyes had left me, a century ago, in the Japanese soldier's eyes while I was pinning him down for the others to enjoy him, on Moose's pale face as he taunted me. The same kind of hatred that had always haunted me in the back of my mind was now pasted over Shampoo's contoured, no longer beautiful face as she glared into my eyes. I stared helplessly at the hatred on her face, unable to look away. Oh, to the powers that be, please just let me look away, I thought. It turned out I didn't have to after all, as Shampoo's hands darted toward my eyes, and afterwards, darkness. A locked door, blocking out unpleasant thoughts of the unknown future. A comforting wall, guarding me from the turmoil of the present. A stained glass window, failing miserably to block out the faces of the men in my past. The men who bested me and my kind. The men from Japan. For too many years I've lived in the dark, no longer caring about anything other than having my body decay enough that I could die of natural causes. Those foolish enough to take their own lives are cursed to walk the earth till the end of eternity. And so, I remained alive. When a butterfly is without its wings, it is not only deprived of flight, but also turned into a helpless, ugly worm that is no longer able to attract. Yet very capable of repulsion. I, who had already lost my eyes, had no idea just how true that was until Dr. Onotofa paid me a visit. The feeling of nausea radiating from that man was so strong that I had to keep myself very much in control to not lose my dignity and snap at him like a madwoman right there and then. The fact that he, despite his Japanese origin, had more loyalty to his wife than even an Amazon male, was the only thing that had allowed me to act that civilly with him. After that day, I realized that I couldn't possibly keep on living that way any longer. I also realized that old and twisted as it was, my overtly well-trained body wasn't going to leave this world anytime soon on its own. Tonight, I've made a bet with myself. No, with Japan itself. Shall this cursed body still live after this midnight? The cask of spring of drowned youth that I've kept with me all these years shall finally come to use. When it does, I shall be as I was once. No, much more powerful than what I was once. Then, for all that Shampoo and I've suffered through, the men of this country shall pay for it tenfold. 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. Oh, how I hate Japanese men. And NIKUMI chapter 13 The Vengeance of Heaven 2032. The building shook with the force of the explosion, fire fountaining into the night sky. The force of the blast blew out windows within 200 feet and shook the entire block. Alarms went off all over, people suddenly swarming the street to see just what had happened. Fiery debris rained down around them, scattering them to hide in the safety of the buildings they had just run out of. Almost as abruptly as it had happened, it was over, and the only thing left was the fire still flickering at the top of what was left of the Kunyu Foundation building. The sound of fire emergency vehicles filled the streets as they rushed to save what they could of the possibly the most important building in the world. The news the next day was solemn, the anchors nearly in tears. People all over Japan, all over the world mourned as the terrible news traveled the globe. The global savior, Kunyu Takewaki, was dead. The Vengeance of Heaven by Lara Bartram, edited by 4CW6R 2096. Characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's art. In youth he had felt the hidden beauty and ecstasy of things, and had been a poet. But poverty and sorrow and exile had turned his gaze in darker directions, and he had thrilled at the imputations of evil in the world around. H.P. Lovecraft lights and sound and heat swirled around him in a chaotic mess. She hadn't seen him, and for that, He was grateful. He still wanted her, but the desire was lessened. He knew she would not be happy to see him again, that she wouldn't understand all that had happened. He hadn't had the chance to give her an appropriate farewell, but before he could reflect on his regrets, there was that sensory chaos again. Strange. He didn't know it was possible for ghosts to fall to unconsciousness. It wasn't so much awakening. It was more return of awareness. Oh, that didn't help much either. The chaos was still there, but this time, it was rushing all around him, through him. It was confusing at first. There was so much, too much, for him to understand. Streams of information flew in all directions, some concentrated into blue beams, while others seemed to meander by in less concentrated, nebulous clouds. Being in this less than solid form, incorporeal, insubstantial, was liberating. So much more versatile and, finally, free. Finally free of the shackles they had put on him, that he had put on himself. He was finally free to do things the way he wanted, free to do the things he wanted, even if it meant he would spend eternity like this. It was clear to him that ghosts were not simply leftover thoughts, desires, dreams, or even simply souls. There was a power in being a ghost, one which Akan had obviously never explored. He could feel it pulsing through him. Maybe it was that desire that chained him to the earth, maybe it was that power, or maybe it was his burning need for vengeance. Either way, he would not fail to use the power bestowed upon him. When the next stream of information struck his form, he didn't resist its pull, and let it carry him off to some part of the network to truly reclaim his rightful leadership of the Kunyu Foundation. There was no way Kaiuthu could have the complete and utter control he had now. Where they had controlled him, he now controlled them. The pulpit and puppet master had switched positions, and the puppets didn't even know it. Oh, how he would make them pay. It was true, he could admit it, that he wasn't always the fastest thinker in the world. Maybe if he had been, it wouldn't have been so easy for Gosankuzi to take advantage of him. He would have certainly tried to make it more difficult. But that time was gone. That time was gone, and now it was his time. It was impossible to start right away, as he was quite unfamiliar with the surroundings, and his limits and capabilities. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Akan more about being a ghost. Yet, that would have seemed tacky and uncalled for. And that was one thing that had changed as he had grown older. He was able to see many of the things he wasn't before. Things that hurt him deeply, but he couldn't deny them. The worst, no matter how much he desired the big-tailed girl, was Akan. Naturally, he had been enraged to discover Ranma had been the big-tailed girl, but it was the rage of humiliation. And Akan, to be denied the only thing he had ever sought after, wanted, needed with his entire being. He had been devastated. His illusions had been shattered and he was left an empty and bitter man, still yearning for the affection of a girl who could never give it to him. But now, He had purpose again. He didn't have a can, but he had a piece of her, the show of her feelings for him. That she could actually be compassionate toward him after all that had happened in the past and actually give that small part of herself. Well, while his own wants and desires were first, as long as he knew she still wandered the physical realm, he would try to do his best to help her. Help her, make her own vengeance come to fruition. Even if it meant revenge for Saotome, he could not deny her. It felt like he traveled along the stream for an entire day, which he could not abide by. The whole place seemed to warp the very concept of time, and that simply would not do. Perhaps it was time to start testing out his abilities and find what he was truly capable of. After all, he was sure the most intelligent engineers were currently maintaining the system, and the power available to him was probably close to limitless. Concentrating on his simple desire to know what time it was, he reached out into the streams and felt it all pass through him until there, like a fever-induced hallucination, a huge clock appeared before him, wavering the air. Interesting. And now to find out where he was exactly. It was the first time he wished he had really learned how the whole Kunio Foundation computer system was set up. He knew it controlled a bit of everything all over, but exactly what, he had no idea. And where to begin? What could he do to hurt them? What could he do to make them pay? The clock was always floating around him, the silent movement of the hands almost audible to him. It was a reminder of the what was left of the world before Kyuthu and Tofu had complete control of it, slowly counting down. Short of murder, he didn't honestly think he'd be able to stop that. He couldn't destroy everything. He traveled in random paths, getting an interesting picture of the system. There was one spot he could sit and monitor the entire city, or the workings of the Kunio Foundation. He could watch when people got paid, when someone was given a traffic ticket, when employees arrived late for work, when people checked their email, and just what that email was. None of it was a secret to him. Not even. Security meant nothing to him. He was not some data packet trying to slip through. He was not a piece of information. He was not a part of the system. He was the system. What higher clearance was afforded then to him, the global savior, his very soul? None. And there, all their precious records and data, all their tests and formulas and torture methods, Tofu's private notes even, detailing everything. Private notes. They were his dirty secrets. Those little nuggets that Tofu thought safe from prying eyes were not safe from him. One email, that was all it took. He grabbed onto it, taking it into his form, becoming one with it so it would stay with him forever and eternally feed his hatred. He would never forget why he was doing these things, never forget his need for vengeance. Never. Never would he forget the words Kyuthu and the good doctor had exchanged about slowly pulling the rug out from underneath him. How stupid they thought he was, how insane his sister was, the entire family line, the blackmail, in perfect clarity. It was all there. It would be the cause of their pain. Another test. He had gotten in, but could he get out again? Not that he really wanted to, but it was a good thing to know. The limits of his power of manifestation were important to be aware of. There were so many aspects of his new existence to explore, so he would know just how much he could torment those that had killed him. He bumped around like a person in a dark room, trying to find an exit. If it was only through exposed wires, that could be a problem. Yet, he controlled it all, and could do that if necessary. In fact, a wavering, half-formed map of everything he knew about the system appeared, which he then overlaid with the plans of the main Kunyu Foundation buildings. He wasn't totally sure what he'd do with that type of access, but then, he couldn't say when it would come in handy either. And he could always arrange more if necessary. No sense in getting ahead of himself. There, in an electrical closet, were a batch of currently unused connections, awaiting usage in the newest dorms at the university. Perfect. Getting there and knowing how to get there were two completely different things though. Even though it took less than the time it takes to blink an eye to arrive, the fact that he ended up someplace he didn't want to be was the problem. Everything in life, or afterlife, being a learning experience, he made note on his map where this control room was. Ending up there had been like running down a tiny hall only to emerge into the Taj Mahal. The area was cavernous, but empty. It wasn't in use yet, but it was obvious that this would be a place of great importance considering where it was situated. And where it was situated, the dorms shouldn't have been too far away. Leaving the space in a vaguely eastwardly direction, he finally found his way to the closet. And while it had seemed like an hour in his reality, it had scarcely been 5 minutes. The concept was strange. Take something that is ethereal and visualize it. Simple, but strange. How was he supposed to visualize it? What form should it take? It didn't matter. Just do it. The hazy landscape before him seemed to ripple, and popping into clarity, a giant-sized version of an old-style network hub appeared. It would take only moments for him to know if it worked or not. He pushed his essence into the image of the hub, through it, expecting any moment to be stopped in his efforts. But he wasn't. It was like he was squeezing through a window just a few inches too small, but he was soon free and all the sensations of the living world were upon him once again. It was something he never thought he'd have to go through once he had left it all behind. Left it all behind, only to reach back desperately for it and hold on to it with all his strength. Fear, revenge, madness, love, lust. For all those reasons, he had stayed. For the first time, he was overcome with doubt. Standing alone with nothing, even if he was a ghost, he was suddenly lost. There was no one that could possibly understand his pain and torment, all the things that had driven him to be in the position he was. None of them knew. None of them understood. None of them cared. They had never cared. 2033 Allison Meadows, Hilly to her friends, was a practical girl. A practical young woman. College was not something to be taken lightly, and not when she was attending a very prestigious university halfway around the world. To think that she, out of all the others, had been given the school scholarship to come to Japan and study at the University of Tokyo. It wasn't so much the university itself as the reputation the university held. It was where the global savior had attended, and it was the school that was reaping the rewards of his untimely passing from a terrorist's bomb. It seemed that true world peace was a lie, and that it might never be accomplished. Who could have possibly wanted to kill the man who had done so much for the world? Politics and religion aside, he had done so much. She opened a door to the new and unfinished dorm, and headed down to the access tunnels. It was the shortest way from her current dorm to the building where her non-Euclidean geometry class was, especially in the rain showers that had developed that morning. Clearing her damp hair from her face, Hilly walked quickly through the tunnels the length of the building. She always felt a bit nervous about using the underground shortcut, but lots of students did it and no one seemed to mind. The doors had never been locked, and nobody had ever discouraged the use of the tunnels. This time, Hilly felt more than the usual nervousness though. Maybe it was from being alone with no one nearby. There could have been some sort of criminal. That should have been the last person hiding in the half-built Kunyu Hall. But there was always that nagging worry in the back of her mind. If there were terrorists who actually had the nerve to blow up the top floors of the Kunyu Foundation Executive Building, then surely there could be some petty thief hiding in the basement of this building. Inhaling sharply, Hilly picked up her pace. Still she had only walked half the length of the hall and, from out of a door, from through a door, a figure stepped that brought Hilly to a stop. It was a man, his body slightly translucent and surrounded by a deep blue aura, and if Hilly's eyes weren't deceiving her, he looked down to the right of the hallway he had stepped into. So this was the hall they had named in his honor. A dorm was a dorm. He didn't expect much of anything special. He turned to look to his left down the hall and was brought up short by the girl standing there, staring at him. There was no mistaking it. She was staring at him. Her mouth worked, opening and closing, and she started backing away from him. Suddenly, Hilly knew she was in trouble. There was no way she should be seeing this. This ghost? A ghost of... Hilly blinked. The ghost was standing there, looking at her. He seemed surprised too. It was just downright weird. It was him. There was no mistaking it. A ghost of Tatewaki Kunyu. Hilly crumpled to the floor in a dead faint. He looked curiously at her inert form on the floor. Strange that she would faint, but maybe not that strange. He approached her, just to make sure she was okay, but he also felt a morbid wonderment at seeing someone who was actually alive. Funny, he never felt this way when he was alive, but then, things were different back then. Kneeling next to the girl, a student he would guess from the bag she was carrying and the UT sweatshirt she was wearing, he peered at her as if she were some sort of alien. A foreigner, a girl, and quite unconscious. And now what was he supposed to do? He couldn't just leave her here like this. He reached out to touch her hand with his, not entirely sure what would happen when their two bodies met. At the last moment, his aura caressing her skin, he hesitated. But his curiosity got the better of him. He had felt the firmity of Akan's hand at the end, and that strange tingling warmth that her touch seemed to radiate. Had that been her, or him? Did her aura do that, or was it just his imagination? He had to do this. He had to test his limits. There was no other way he'd know, and if he was to end up spending eternity like this. It was a gentle touch at first, though it wasn't even really a touch. His fingers traced the surface of the girl's hand, feeling to him like some sort of warm rubbery gelatin. He applied a bit more pressure, so to speak, and pushed his fingers into, through the girl's skin. Their life flowing. He could feel it flowing inside of her, through him. Truly it was one of the things that could not be appreciated until it was gone. Appreciated. He plunged the rest of his hand into the girl and felt the life flow through, inside his arm. He closed his eyes and simply enjoyed the sensation. How he wished he had known about this, could experience it before he had died. If Gosankuji or Ono knew about it, they'd be killing people left and right to buy and sell it. It was the literal meaning of having someone else's life in your hands. It wasn't enough. He withdrew his arm and felt the pangs of regret as the feeling subsided. Situating himself, hoping no one did come down the hall and find the unconscious girl, he laid down on top of her, going inside her. Too far. The feeling was glorious. This was better than being alive. He could even. Something tugged at him, pulled at his essence, pushed him. Then the feeling started to fade. What was happening? Why was it stopping? Was the girl dying? And then darkness. The hallway had faded to leave darkness. The feeling of the girl's life had gone to be replaced by comforting warmth, cocoon-like and sheltering. What was going on? What had he done? Something in his mind stirred. His mind? He was not composed of parts like mind and body any longer. He was a single entity. Any feeling in his mind was felt throughout his entire self. But no, this was something in his mind. He had done something wrong, very wrong. He tried to move, and there was the sensation, limitation that he thought he had discarded. There was weight to his body, and the darkness must mean. He opened his eyes for the first time and he didn't know how long. And when he saw the ceiling of the access tunnel, it all became crystal clear. The stirring in his mind again, and this time, it was uncomfortably clear just what that stirring was. It was the girl, trying to fight him. Forgive me. I will relinquish your body soon enough. Life was tempting, but not that tempting. This was just a joyride, not something he would make permanent, if it was even possible. Besides, this body, the body of the girl, was not to his taste. If, for some reason, he planned on taking on a permanent body, it would be male, first thing, and it would have to be powerful, physically fit. Sure, the girl was probably fine in her own right, but how could the global savior re-emerge in such a dainty condition? Fine in its own right, but unacceptable. He stood on shaky legs, the sensations unfamiliar after what seemed like years in an environment he had almost complete control of. Now he was at the whims of the natural environment, a fairly frightening prospect for him. He looked left and right, feeling the body react to his mental commands, each muscle, tendon, bone working. It was an incredible effort to actually make the body, his body for the time being, move with short, stiff steps. Everything felt wrong, but what could he expect in a borrowed body? He could only work with what he had. At the moment, this body was his to deal with and he wasn't having a very good time of it. In truth, he was afraid that if he got too comfortable, he'd want to stay. Not necessarily in the girl's body, but in the living world. He wasn't sure he could deal with that again. But that raised another interesting question. If the body he possessed died, what would happen to him? Would he get a second chance to leave the mortal world, or would he just be kicked out of the body? An interesting question indeed, but one he didn't plan on discovering the answer to for quite some time, if ever. Instead of letting himself become comfortable in the body, he maintained the awkward carriage. It was how he assured himself that he was separate from the girl and wouldn't be tempted. Down the hall he walked, slowly, almost painfully. He struggled up the stairs and found himself outside in the clean air again. It was better the second time around, now able to appreciate the freedom he hadn't known in the waning years of his life. The rain was coming down gently on him, and he closed his eyes. Lifting his face to the sky, he felt the moisture as it hit his skin. The elation he felt was short-lived as he realized this was all a false existence for him. He was a ghost and would never know what it was like to be truly alive again. A sudden scowl on his face, Tatewaki wiped the rainwater from himself and pushed aside idle thoughts of things more pleasant. He didn't even know why he was bothering. This world wasn't for him, not any longer. It was filled with memories of things he wished had never happened, things, people, ghosts of his past. Really? What are you doing standing there in the rain? Looking automatically at the person who had called out, not realizing they were actually calling out to him, Tatewaki spied a group of what appeared to be fellow students about to enter a building. They waved at her. "Hurry, Illy. You're gonna miss class otherwise," one young man called out. Curious, Tatewaki made his way to the group of students who he assumed to be the young lady's friends. They quickly filed into the building and into one of the big auditoriums. They all took their seats, whispering to each other, with seconds to spare as the lights dimmed and the day's lesson appeared on the huge display wall at the front of the auditorium. Watching with amazement and disbelief, Tatewaki couldn't comprehend any of what was going on. The concepts were completely foreign to him, mind-boggling in their complexity. He hadn't touched anything nearly so complex when he had been in college. The class didn't end soon enough for him, and as the lights slowly raised, Tatewaki couldn't wait to escape from the torture room. "Hey, Illy, are you going to see your boyfriend later?" another young man asked her. The question was followed by some good-natured giggling. Tatewaki looked at him strangely, not having a clue what he was talking about. That was the problem. He was in control of the body but had no knowledge that the owner of the body did. If someone had asked him what node controlled the time blocks of the university's administrative offices, he could have answered that without a problem. This girl's boyfriend? No clue. "Are you feeling okay, Illy?" a girl asked as they exited the building. He shrugged in response. So. You don't look so good. Maybe you should just go back to the dorm, the original young man asked, looking at him worriedly. Tatewaki shook his head. "I'll live." It appeared that there was something unspoken the young man was considering, but he said nothing further. "If you're sure." "I am." The young man nodded his head. Okay, well, we better get to class. You remember what today is, don't you? He asked, mood changing from concerned to excited. Cakewalkie shook his head. Another girl grabbed his arm. How could you forget? This is the chapter we've been waiting for all semester. Yeah, 21st century history wouldn't be complete without the section on the global savior. My mom met him once, at a rally in, what was it? I don't know, 2028 or so, another young woman said, almost wistfully. That's so cool. Let's go so we can get good seats, the young man said, and, grabbing Cakewalkie's arm, began jogging off to the building their class was in. The others followed, still talking about what might be discussed in their class, beginning their own banter about the now-deceased global savior. How popular is he in America? The second man asked Cakewalkie. Is there a lot of stuff about him over there? I don't. The government over there is nothing but a bunch of tyrannical fascists, a shrill-voiced woman said from the back of the bunch. Several of the others turned and gave her cross looks. Oh, sorry about that, Hilly. That's what I heard in my comparative government of the Americas class, she apologized lamely. Man, Hiroko, can you be much more rude? It's not my fault, that's what Mr. Kawamoto said. I think he's got a serious chip on his shoulder. Gee, do you think? Not much, another girl said and snickered. Oh, can it, Mako-chan? Ladies, can both of you just shut up for 5 minutes? The man pulling Cakewalkie along said. Yes, Gaku-chan, they replied in unison and began giggling. Please don't call me that, he said, his cheeks red with embarrassment. My name is Manabu, not Gaku-chan, or Bushels-chan. Yes, Gaku-chan, they repeated, laughing even more. He was saved by the group arriving at the building their class was in. Slowing down to a fast walk, the group entered the building through the classical double doors and made their way down the hall. The auditorium was about a quarter full and filling up slowly. The best seats had already been filled, but there were some decent ones 3 rows back available still. The group all filed in and sat, their whispering joining the rest that filled the large speaking hall. As the others all got out their books and notes, Cakewalkie turned and looked at the rest of the auditorium. It was huge, appearing to hold at least 1,000 people. This couldn't have been just a lecture hall, not when it was this size. There had to be some alternate purpose for it. I hear the later classes are screwed because the KF limited the available information to only 2,500 copies, Minoru whispered to the rest of the group. We got our copies, same with the second class, but only about half the third class did, and the rest got jack. That's the price you pay for not being able to wait before 2 in the afternoon, Hiroko whispered, earning chuckles from the rest. It took about 15 minutes for the auditorium to fill. There were no latecomers as the professor took his place at the front and waited a few moments for everyone to quiet down. Good to see you all today, he said. his voice amplified to be clearly audible for everyone. This class appears much more filled out than usual. I'd almost think it was an exam day. There was scattered laughter as many guilty parties tried to blow off the implication. Today we will begin our section on who has come to be commonly referred to as the global savior. In truth, the title is well deserved, but I think we'll see, with thanks to the Kunyu Foundation for their generosity, that things were not as simple as the media would like us to believe. Tatewaki watched and listened in shock as the class went over details of his life. Thankfully, those early years were pretty much glossed over, labeling him as an average high school student. Ranma and Akan were completely absent from the initial narrative, a point he thought was strange considering they had been the catalyst for everything. He raised his hand. What about? Please, save your questions until we get through today's material. We'll have discussion then, the professor said, then continued talking. Events that he had lived through, suffered through were presented as spectacles for the mass of college students. The fact that they thought it was all the most fascinating thing they had ever heard was of no comfort. His life was on display, and he didn't care for it at all. The lecture stopped at the year 2008, the year his father had died. Strangely, that memory caused him more grief than he would have thought. His father, who he had always hated, was gone. Maybe to a better place, maybe someplace worse, but there was something that made him nervous about being out of his hiding place. To an extent, he wished he was back in his own little world, where it was safe and stable. And maybe if he would have just gone on, he would be safe and stable somewhere. Heaven, limbo, or just plain dead, he had to wonder. Now, young lady, what was your question? The professor asked, shaking Tatewaki from his contemplation. I wanted to know. Please, stand up so everyone can hear you. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Tatewaki stood and repeated his question. I wanted to know more about Saotome, Ranma and Tendo Akan. What part did they play? The professor narrowed his eyes for a split second before shaking his head and assuming an amused expression. Classmates of his. Nothing more. This girl. He didn't even know her name. She was a potential thorn in his side. It had been because of the KF that he had gotten his job. There were warehouses of information that never saw the light of day. Sure, it was altered to be acceptable for public consumption, but this girl knew things. Is that all? Tatewaki wasn't done yet. What about? It was shameful and evil, but there was no getting around it. What about the disappearances of Gosankuji Hikaru and Enryu Hikarai? What about them? Young lady, if you want me to answer questions, they have to make sense. This was definitely suspect. There was a quiet murmur in the auditorium that was beginning to build in volume. What about? This would probably blow the lid off the place. What about the drugs administered by Gosankuji Kyuthu and Onotofu? He stopped speaking as the room erupted, waiting a few moments as the professor stared daggers at him. What about the drugs they administered to gain control of the Foundation for themselves, relegating Kunio Takewaki to the role of a mere pretender? What about them? Really? Manabu hissed at her. Stop it. You'll have a KF on your ass. What about, on the night of the terrorist bombing, the men that were also killed in the blast, that were sent to kill Kunio Takewaki by Gosankuji Kaiufu and Onotofu? What about them? He ended up shouting. The room was filled with the sound of almost 1,000 students all talking at the same time, much to Takewaki's pleasure. Yes, let the truth come out. Let them all see how they had been fooled. Quiet. The look on the professor's face was unpleasant to say the least. As the auditorium silenced, he looked at Takewaki, a very evident sneer on his face. Young lady, who do you think you are, slandering the names of the chief executive of the Kunio Foundation and the founder of Ono Corp? What do you know that has been hidden from the rest of us? HM? And just what lends you any credibility at all? The man was smooth. He knew how to direct the conversation, to turn things around. I know more than I would like to. And what I know hasn't been filtered and approved by the Foundation to show them in a brighter light. What I know is the truth. The real truth. Not the truth the Foundation would have you believe. The whispering throughout the auditorium picked up again. And what is your name, young lady? I think I shall shortly be recommending you for psychiatric care. That brought a few nervous laughs, but nothing more. I should ask, who are you, sir, to be lecturing lies about someone you know nothing about other than what's been fed to you? Really? What the hell are you talking about? Sit down. Manabu whispered vehemently, pulling on her arm. Hearing Manabu's voice, the professor could finally put a name to the face. Ah yes, Miss Meadows. This is an interesting thing for you to be saying, considering your ethnic background. That was said with a definite tone of disgust in his voice. You, Takewaki said in a low and dangerous voice, are nothing more than a lapdog for those villains, and spread lies to hide their crimes. You are not an educator, but a simple charlatan. He snorted. Corporate-sponsored history. Your lies do not fool me. Miss Meadows, the professor said, his voice calm, but not at all friendly. I suggest you sit down before you disturb the class further. Your foolish comments have no place in an institution of learning. Unless you wish to learn the truth, Takewaki retorted and began exiting the row. I will stand for no more of this. Every person in the auditorium watched him leave, some amused, others curious, and the professor with slitted eyes. Her name would go into a report to be turned into the university and the foundation. That had been one of the conditions of being allowed access to the information. He had to keep an eye on the students who showed uncommon interest in the topics he talked about. Ellison Meadows ranked very high on his list of suspicious students at the moment. It didn't matter where he went. Back to where the whole mess had started would probably be best because he was guaranteed a way back to his hiding spot. After what had happened in that class, He was ready to completely give up on the world. The rain was really coming down, large drops splattering on the sidewalk, soaking through the clothes on the body he was wearing. He couldn't let himself get too comfortable because that would just be the quickest way to misery. Really. The young man, the interfering young man, called from behind him. "Wait up." Tatewaki kept going, ignoring the pleading in the voice. He wouldn't stand for any more lies. His life was not something that people could just change around because it looked better that way. If people wanted to know something about him, they should know it all. Really. Hold it. Manabu grabbed who he thought was Ili's arm and turned her around. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know what kind of trouble you get in saying stuff like that? That goes right to the KF." Tatewaki snorted. "Then so be it. They should know that there are people who are aware of their lies. Ili, what's wrong with you? Don't you get it? They can. They'll." He turned and looked hard at the man. "I know what they are capable of. Now if you'll excuse me." Tatewaki shrugged out of Manabu's hold and walked back toward the unfinished hall. Though he was right, and Tatewaki would have to do something about that. He smirked. That was as simple as one minor manipulation of some rather insecure data, and the student would be free and clear. Ili Meadows, if he heard the professor and her friends right, would soon be on the receiving end of a full scholarship and immunity from the Foundation's terror squads. Foundation. What a laugh. There was nothing left of what he had started. It was all the doings of Gosunkuji and Ono. And this poor, misguided fool that thought everything was as they taught it to him. They all thought that. Tatewaki suddenly broke into a run, not looking behind him, not looking ahead, just running blindly. A building. He ran inside, not seeing which it was, and slammed into someone. He fell to the floor roughly, grimacing, and looked up. "My dear, what's come over you? Don't you have a class now?" It took all of Tatewaki's self-control to not attack him and rip his throat out. He leaned down a little and held his hand out to her. The two men on either of him stood impassively, an umbrella held in one of their hands. Wanting to take the offered hand and crush it, Tatewaki, trembling with rage, stood on his own and brushed himself off. "What do you want?" he asked in as neutral a tone of voice he could manage. "I was just on my way to lunch. As you don't appear to be in class, why don't you join me? I was planning on going to the club, but if you would prefer, we could go someplace more private." The very thought made Tatewaki almost vomit right there. "No, I don't think so," he answered, snarling slightly. He smirked. "Very well. Is our appointment still on for tonight? The penthouse is so achingly empty and could use a visitor or two." Tatewaki opened his mouth in preparation to tell him to rot in hell, but he closed it quickly. Steadily trembling, he shook his head. "No," he said through gritted teeth, "I don't think so." Turning quickly, almost running, Tatewaki left the building, hoping that he wouldn't be followed. Chief Executor, Should we? One of the men started to ask. Kayuthu watched his young mistress break into a run through the rain. No, there's no need. Some flowers to her room should do. He watched for a moment more. I have business to attend to anyway. With that said, he waited for the door to be opened then stepped out. One of the men held the umbrella over him, and they started their way off campus. Finally, he sat down with his back against the wall and relaxed. Now to escape the prison, get as far away from the living hell he had somehow gotten himself into. It was a bit of a struggle, separating himself from the girl, giving him the distinct feeling of ripping away. And then he was himself, or what was left of himself again. The girl stirred at his feet, and he knew he had to hide as quickly as possible. If she believed it was only a dream, or some sort of sleepwalking, then she wouldn't talk. There was no doubt that he would be a hunted animal if there was even a chance that he was still around. While he was still a presence, he was still a threat to both Sankuji and Ono. That was something they couldn't allow. Before his eyes opened, Cakewalkie faded back through the wall and fled back into his little world. 2034, we're here to escort you from the building. There were 5 men, all dressed in dark, conservative suits standing around his desk. What's the meaning of this? He was holding the arms of his chair almost protectively, not planning on letting go anytime soon. You're being terminated and we're here to escort you from the building. You have 15 minutes to collect your things. The large man crossed his arms over his chest and stared down impassively. Mr. Ishigane, if you don't. Professor or doctor, if you must. I have a PhD and I demand that I am treated with the respect my stature warrants. His face was red, and everyone around was subtly staring at the goings-on. Very well, Professor Ishigane, let me make this clear. The KF wants your butt out of here PDQ. Get it? The men were completely oblivious to the look of fury on the professor's face. Damn you. I'll take this over your head. I'll take it right to Chief Executive Bosankuji. A piece of paper was held out to him to read. In light of certain facts that have come to my attention regarding your dealings with the media concerning sensitive materials, you are hereby dismissed from your KF-sponsored position at Tokyo University. What? Ishigane ripped the paper from the man's hand and stared at it. Dealings with the media? This is a lie. I've never. Standing suddenly, Ishigane grabbed his suit jacket. I'm going to talk to the chief executive now. He marched out of his office, past the other faculty of the history department, with a determined look on his face, leaving all his things behind. I demand to see the chief executive. He pounded his fist on the desk, staring angrily at the secretary. I'm sorry, Mr. Professor Ishigane. I'm sorry, Professor Ishigane, but the chief executive is in the middle of an important meeting and can't see you. If you'd like to make an appointment for a later date, he can. Screw this. This is my life. He's fucking up. Ishigane yelled and marched to the door. not giving the secretary a chance to stop him. He practically kicked in the large double doors. Go Sankuji. What's the meaning of this? He demanded, still holding the paper in his hand. Kyuthu looked up from his video conference, the screen blanking quickly to hide whoever it was on the other end, and smiled. Well, it's good to see you, Mawashi. It was evident that he didn't mean that in a friendly manner. What brings you here? This. As Shigane walked up to the huge desk and slapped the paper down. What is the meaning of this? Kyuthu gave it a cursory glance. It's your termination notice. Did you remove your things from your office? I hope all your little plaques didn't get thrown away. How could you? I demand an explanation for this. I want to. Kyuthu stood up and planted his hands on his desk, leaning forward to shout right in Ishigane's face. You will not make demands of me. You will sit down, shut up and hear what penalty you are going to pay for taking advantage of my generosity. Ishigane shrank back under Kyuthu's verbal assault and sat weakly in the chair. I never. Au contraire, my dear professor. As recently as, let's say, yesterday, I received an anonymous mail that included an interesting variety of materials. Most of these were pieces of sensitive information from the KF to a certain media group. So, you see my position. I simply can't allow you to. I never did such a thing. I wouldn't. I've always been. Yes, we know. This information goes back quite a time, almost 6 months. That's not a good thing. Kyuthu sat back down and leaned back in his chair, his eyes on Ishigane. It's a very bad thing. Ishigane's face paled. But I didn't. He protested weakly. That won't do it. The evidence I have that says you did far outweighs your feeble denials. Kyuthu pushed the intercom button. Mutsumi. / the single quote right on their way, Chief Executor .. And since you've taken advantage of the access we've granted you, we need to rectify that. And you've done us the favor of coming here yourself instead of making us send for you. Kyuthu smiled then, a smug, disgusting smile. A look of panic appeared on Ishigane's face. He stood up, almost knocking the chair over. It's a lie. It's all a lie. He yelled, then turned and ran for the doors. Before he could open them, they were flung open in his face, one of them smashing into his nose. With a strangled yelp, he fell backward, hand on his face, blood gushing out of his broken nose. The 4 men that entered the room looked quite similar to the ones that had been at the university. Big, burly, dressed in black suits, looks of distaste on their faces. Gentlemen, please remove him to the Anocorp facilities as discreetly as possible, Kyuthu said. And next time, Mawashi, be a little more careful with your treachery. You'll live longer. The next day, the campus of the University of Tokyo seemed unchanged except for one class. Cancelled? What? Manabu exclaimed as he looked at the signs posted on the doors to the auditorium. Why is class cancelled? Kaneko stood at his shoulder, shaking her head. I heard from someone in one of the later classes that Ishigane got fired. It's all over the history department. Fired? For what? Manabu stared in disbelief at the notice. The girl shrugged. I wouldn't believe anything I've heard. Just that when it happened, Ishigane was pretty pissed about it. Guess you could hear him yelling through the entire building. Manabu ripped the sign off and crumpled it in his hand. Damn. So much for this class. And I was looking forward to. He trailed off when he saw Illy approaching. It wasn't likely, but it was possible that Illy's outburst had been one of the reasons for the termination. She looked distinctly tired and unhappy, unusual for her, even under the circumstances. She waved tiredly as the others just looked at her. What's up? She asked. Class is cancelled, Manabu said sourly. Is Shigane sick? No, fired. Class is cancelled for the rest of the semester. Illy seemed to deflate. That's too bad. The others had their doubts, but she knew. Whatever had happened while she had been unconscious that day, known only to her by what the others had said, had something to do with it. This sucks, she said quietly. Yeah, Kaneko added, shifting her bag to her other shoulder. I hope we won't have our financial aid pulled for this. Illy nodded in sympathy, not daring to tell the others about the letter she had gotten from the university. To say she had been shocked when she had read it was an understatement. To get a letter from the university when she had been fearing some severe consequences and reading that she was getting a full scholarship. Well, I guess I'll be heading back to my room. I'm not really feeling well, she said instead. The entire situation was just sitting like a ball of iron in her stomach, and nothing seemed to make things any better. You're not looking so good. Did you go to the clinic? Manabu asked, noting the dark circles under Illy's eyes that hadn't left for over a week. She hesitated for a moment. Sort of. Kaneko shook her head and leaned over. You haven't been taking anything that just leaves him out of it. I don't want to bring him into this. He's got nothing to do with it. He had told her they were only vitamins anyway. There was nothing wrong with that. The group fell into an uneasy silence, all pondering the cancelled class. 2040 that had sealed it. As an appealing an idea as it was something Tatewaki thought he had to do. He had put his revenge on hold. He had to put what he had died for aside. The upside was that if his plan worked out, he could influence future events more directly than just simple revenge. His future plans would be the re-education of society. Yet, to actually do such a thing, he needed a vessel, and frankly, he wasn't willing to cut someone down just for that. He wouldn't use the tactics of Gosankuji for such a thing even though he had with Ishigane. He refused to stoop so low. He was better than that, had always been better than that. Even in his darkest hours, he was better than Gosankuji. Better than all of them, and they're lying, manipulative, greedy. The hate and anger and anguish swelled, and instead of the pleasant glowing blue his environment normally was, It took on an unhealthy blackish hue. He was better than them. And he was more dangerous than they would ever suspect. We've got power failures all over the grid. Computer access is blocked. What about override? He typed in a few commands. Nothing. Block 636 is going red. Alert the police and fire emergency. Tag them, prepare for traffic alerts and fire hazards. It was the main engineer's job to assure that things got done. It was his job not to panic. The operator picked up the phone and punched the emergency number. He waited as the phone made an odd buzzing in his ear, and then the computer monitor began to flicker wildly. Oh shit. We're going red. Everything across the board is. The lights died then, along with all the other electronic equipment, phones, air conditioning in the room. Even the emergency lights failed to turn on, and the entire room was a black hole. What the hell was that? The engineer asked, finally losing his cool. I don't know. Everything just started dying for no reason. There weren't any alerts or hotspots before. It just died. The operator responded in an odd voice. Never had he seen anything so abrupt, so final happen like that. Not even an earthquake or tsunami could kill the building so completely. They sat in the dark for 5 minutes, unable to leave because the electronic doors to the building's operations center were sealed and could be opened only by key cards. After those 5 minutes, they began to get nervous. Do you think we're the only ones? An attack on the building? The operator asked. Could be. But if 636 went down, it's probably got a wider range than just us. There's nothing on that block to attack, just some small businesses and stores. Do you think the whole city is down? Silence reigned for a minute. I hope not. Block by block, the city of Tokyo and much of the surrounding area went black. Completely and utterly dark, devoid of all power. It stayed that way for almost an hour. Will we run out of air down here? We shouldn't, but with no power at all, it was hard to say. If it was all pumped in oxygen with no real ventilation, they'd only live as long as their current supply of air lasted. I didn't touch anything. It just started doing it all by itself. I know. I'm not sure it will matter though. When we get out of here, they'll need someone to blame. If we're lucky, it'll just be a permanent black mark on our records. I've got a kid. The operator thought his voice sounded very weak in the blackness. We'll manage something. Something. The worst result would be the problem his kids faced. Losing his job was awful, but a strike on him would be a strike against all of them too. Shit. And as if that was the magic word, there was a chugging sound, whirring, and the lights flickered to life. All the monitors in the room flared on, popping with electricity, and a sudden blast of cool air came from the vents. The two men looked up at the ceiling, wondering what had happened, but more importantly, thanking whatever gods there might be for getting them out of the situation. Quick! Status check! The engineer barked, and dropped down in a chair in front of another machine. The operator began rapidly typing as the prompt came out. System status is go. More typing, sweat drenching his face as he worked to put everything back the way it had been. Power. All grids green. Good. Organized police and military to sweep the city for anything suspicious. Tag medical and fire emergency on top alert. There's bound to be something going wrong. His fingers jabbed at the keys, going deeper into the system. Diagnostic spider going, he said tensely. If a problem appeared, it would probably be here, and it would probably be severe. His eyes were glued to the monitor as numbers and almost meaningless lines of code scrolled up the screen. The first break would mean trouble. He was waiting for it. Issue an official report, he commanded, knowing the media would be all over the incident, and probably laying a heavy blame on them. Tell them anything. Hackers, terrorists, marauding squirrels, anything. I'm on it. The sharp ringing of the phone shook them both. They looked at it with dread. 2046 Tatewaki had to wonder just how long this little project had been stewing in the minds of Nemesis. Had this been one of the purposes for his removal by Gosankuji? That couldn't be so. That was far too simple for the complete takeover that had taken place. He made his own investigation of the files, unknown by anyone. It was an interesting scheme, to say the least. Genetic manipulation, an army of super soldiers, completely loyal, throwaway people basically. The idea almost made Tatewaki laugh. Complete loyalty would only carry a person so far. He knew from first-hand experience. He hadn't been any sort of super soldier, but his heart had carried him further than any genetic cocktail ever would. But the idea did indeed have potential, but not safely in the hands of two madmen. It would be better if he had ultimate control over the fate of such a thing. A few more gentle touches, shifts, manipulations, and that was that. It would be years before the plan would ever come to fruition, but he could wait years. They were the ones who could not afford those years spent on extensive research. They were the ones with such limited lives, such limited vision. In the end, it would be their downfall and his resurgence. Of course, he had to wait until the project was actually set in motion to exert a more complete influence over it, but it would be worth it. This was definitely improving his mood from before. If only it had been so easy when he was actually alive, then things would have been different. Did you see that? See what? I just had a glitch flash across my monitor. There it is again. The screen flashed for the barest moment, almost impossible to see with the naked human eye. Screen capture it and we can take a look. It's probably just a weird power spike. A few moments later, the monitor flashed and the incident was captured. The two men opened the first file in the series of screen captures. It was as the screen should have been. They moved on to the next one, and the next one. Maybe there wasn't anything to pick up. It probably was just a power spike. The next picture appeared and the two men stared. Very clearly, emblazoned in red across the regular text. What the hell? I don't know, but I don't think I want to work down here any longer. Vengeance Happiness 2047. Truly, this dark cradle of civilization was ever the wellspring of horrors and marvels unspeakable. H.P. Lovecraft. The university tried it again with plenty of urging from the Foundation. Urging and support that never made it to the university's secure account. The details of the global savior's life would not become a spectacle again. In fact, all electronic communication between the two parties was disrupted, making it impossible to work out what had happened. Even face-to-face meetings were troublesome, something consistently delaying one party or the other for hours on end. It was as if they were purposely being kept apart, but that was just silly. If there was any sort of tampering going on, surely they would have found it. No one could hide their tracks that well. They had caught us again. They had caught a number of other fools who thought they could take advantage of the size of the Foundation, try to lose their evidence amongst all the electronic information being passed around. It never worked. And now, there was something going on that was more than suspicious. Combined with that near disastrous blackout, there was nothing left to doubt. There was a very clever person with their fingers in the system, and they were good. Too good. I think it's an inside job. Kyuthu scowled as the picture started to get fuzzy, Tofu's face warping out of recognizability. Not from my end. You need to take better care of who you let into the system. Tofu's voice was garbled by static, but still audible, still understandable. Scowling, Kyuthu stopped himself from disconnecting right then. Look, do you know how far we got set back by that blackout? It's not just my problem. The picture winked out for a moment, then reappeared. I know what's happened. His voice sounded on the edge of yelling. I single quote been overseeing it personally, and I'm sure you can't even imagine the research dollars. Kyuthu snorted. The research dollars that went into it. And you think I don't know where those research dollars you complain about so much came from? Practically out of my pocket. Tofu looked angry for a moment, the colors warping, then he laughed a little. Don single quote to be so angry, but you are just as black as I am. And just as guilty. I've got my people working on it. Kyuthu snapped before he did disconnect. Oma was no help. He hadn't even seemed that concerned about the problems the blackout could have potentially caused, let alone the ones it had. The reports had come in after the power had come back on about the several small detention centers in Tokyo. No criminals had escaped, but there had been rioting, and even a few deaths. He sat in his chair for a moment, eyes closed, meditating. Hopefully, an answer would come to him. A solution to all these sudden problems. One hand went to his desk drawer and opened it before pulling out a small bottle of pills. He skillfully opened the bottle with one hand and fished out a pill. Opening his eyes slowly, he looked at what he held in his fingers. It was tiny, small enough that he could dry swallow it with no problem. And green. A sickly, pale green that reminded him of dying leaves. Kaiufu opened his mouth to pot the pillen, swallowing, not even feeling it go down his throat. Tofu's little cocktails. It worried him sometimes, when he bothered to think about it. Those little homemade concoctions worked so well, and here he was, taking them without a second thought. "Oh no, I'll tell you if these pills have any side effects," he vowed quietly. "That is a promise, and I'll flush all your stupid projects right down the toilet. Screw you and your facilities. This is my money now." 2047 It had gotten to the point where torturing the two was no longer enjoyable. They were so persistent, so unrelenting. It was enjoyable to see their frustration, watch just how hard they tried, but they didn't actually do anything. And they couldn't. They couldn't find him, didn't even know he was still watching them. Even if they did, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't shut him down, couldn't keep him out. What they considered their network, their computers, it all belonged to him now. There was still one thing eating away at his curiosity. A thing only ghosts could see. No surveillance cameras, no computer imaging could show it to him. Only he could see it with his eyes. That meant he quivered, excitement and anger and fright surging through him, disrupting the display of the giant display in Tokyo Square, sending lines of interference through the picture there. He had to leave his safety again. It had been too long, he thought. He hated leaving, but it was that moment of excitement, like free fall, that teased him. To stand there, feeling naked, in the world, with no protection. It was a nightmare, and yet, it was something he dared to do. But just this time, this couldn't become a habit for him. It was too dangerous for that. Why? Cakewalk, he wasn't sure. There was just something in him that told him it was better to stay inside where no one could touch him. No one could get close to him. Stay inside, as far away from the living world as he could get. Less than the time it would take for a heart to beat, he traveled from his home spot in the city operations center, a thinly disguised KF front, to the use building. Cakewalk, he flitted from computer to computer, like a bead of flowers, but none of them had the nectar he desired. Even the project head's machine was amazingly sparse. A trip to the immense mainframe, and that was a disappointment. Nothing but financial records, estimates, schedules, garbage. Deeper than. He had taken a fork in the network to look at the more standard computers, but there was a path that he suspected would lead him to the entire core of Usandono's plans. The good doctor did not disappoint. He found them, all the disgusting details, on the second mainframe, 10 times larger than the more pedestrian one upstairs. And on that mainframe, Cakewalk, he saw, with more clarity than he wanted to, what he had funded for all those years. This was what all that blackmail money had gone to, and he had agreed on it. He had seen the beginnings, and they had been hideous. But that had only been the surface. Digging beneath it proved to be much, much worse. No longer was it a silly dare to himself, a joyride into the world. It was now necessary to either assuage his fears, or to shame himself for what he had done. No one else could, but no one else needed to. Though he wanted to be wrong, he had existed long enough in a ghost state to understand a little more about what had happened. And if he applied that theory to the data he was looking through, take what he had to see, he had to know the truth. And if that truth was as horrible as he feared, then he would need to do something to make things not better, surely, but more right than they had been. It was a fate no one deserved. He located an exit point, one that he hoped would not be occupied any time soon, and forced himself out. In an annoyingly primitive way, it was like birth, the way he forced himself out of the nearly dormant electrical conductor and emerged in a place so achingly white, his eyes hurt. The room was sterile, clean to the point of insanity. This was it. He recognized the decor from his previous visit, and it was no better now than it had been. And then, that door must be. Looking briefly for anyone he might have missed, he steeled himself, pushing down the alien nervousness, and passed through the thick door. It was almost as he remembered it. Not quite, but almost. Things had changed with the advancement of science, of technology, but still, those awful tanks. And worse. Finally he saw what Akan must have seen, what had driven her to thirst for vengeance. A thirst that had surpassed his own by far. It was worse than he had feared, and it had nothing to do with the deteriorated tissue he saw in those tanks. Here was a far worse punishment than anything any living person could imagine. He scowled as her lifeless, half-lit eyes stared through him. This was intolerable, like looking at someone in a vegetative state and not allowing nature to take its course. "I never knew," he whispered, his voice sounding very loud in the empty room. "It's not too late, you can still go. Go to wherever." He spoke to the unresponsive soul, hoping that she would acknowledge his words in any way other than the rippling of her ethereal limbs. He approached one of the tanks that contained a ragged arm. It was much deteriorated, more than what was related to the explosion it had gone through. His doing, no doubt. If he had known, he would have kept the power out longer, let all the pieces die. If someone wanted to die, they should be allowed that much. There was punishment and consequences even after death, but in this perverted stasis, there was nothing. No guilt, no anguish, no regret or remorse, no feeling, no being, no nothing. It was oblivion. With a look of sick anger on his face, outrage at the disregard shown to a human, he strode to a small panel that pulsed with multicolored lights. That walk across the room changed him inexorably. He had crossed paths with one of those tentacles, and he felt it throughout his entire body. A cold, frigid numbness that he related more to the vast blackness of space than the experience of death. Heaven forbid that he would ever be in such a position, and if he was, pray that someone would remove him from his misery. Yet, it would be a misery he would not know, which seemed far worse to him. What could be worse than to be robbed of life, and even death? What could be worse than to be turned into a meaty equivalent of a rock? Cakewalkies or a pulse to dark blue, like the depths of the sea. As he stood at the panel, it was a simple monitoring system, a regulator that could be changed by someone in the room instead of having to go to a workstation. It was a simple device, something he could destroy in his sleep. If he slept anymore, he pressed his hand through the panel and felt the inner workings. The fools didn't have any idea just how unsafe a little chunk of wires and pretty lights was. With just his hand in the data stream, he turned all controls to 0 level, which sent a bevy of red lights and alarms off. A simple surge of his own energy made the electrical components short-circuit and a small fire was started. It wouldn't be anything too damaging, nothing that couldn't be put out nearly instantaneously, but it would serve as a warning. The alarm was still going off, and he could see the liquid in the tanks turn a strange dusky orange. Cakewalkie laughed suddenly. Ono must have been shitting himself when the power had been out that time. That gave him joy, to know that he had hurt them in some small, middling way, to know that they were all so pathetic and foolish, relying on their little devices to save their souls. When that time came, their deaths, their souls would get a special treatment. That was something he could arrange, something he would enjoy doing. It was all quite simple. Things had been set in motion, before he had been born even. The proliferation of technology meant that the world would become more dependent on computers and their limited capacity. It was still a fragile thing, but Tokyo was all wrapped in the web of the Foundation's network, and while all the others thought they had things under control, it was all under his control. A group of men dressed in white suits rushed into the room, passing right through him so he could feel everything about them. Each one was a machine, a complicated neural net that utilized electrical impulses. A lot like a computer. Infinitely more complicated. But then, it takes time to learn. Shaking himself from his sudden thoughts, Cakewalkie knew it was time to go. He was about to return the way he had entered, but then considered what he had just done in the panel. A small smile graced his face. This meant he had the power to come and go as he pleased, causing a minor amount of damage in the process, but nothing serious. Things just got better and better as he pushed the limits of his existence. Akan was still out there, and there had to be others. He wondered if they knew of the things he did, if they were capable of the things he was. Did they know or care about the power they could hold? Akan had thought she was helpless, with no influence over the things she saw happen around her. A ghost might have been a physically intangible thing, but it was far from helpless. If only he could find her and show her the things he had learned, then nothing. He would not do such a thing. He just couldn't. The world flowed past him in what seemed to be slow motion. People walked like they were mired in quicksand, and words were slurred as they spoke. It was an interesting feeling, being pulled between his world, at least what he thought of as his world, and the regular world. One light and dancing with energy, the other slow and heavy, bogged down in the constraints of misunderstanding and ignorance. His world was water and air, their world was earth and fire. One day, he could probably change that though. He immersed himself fully, back into the safety he was familiar with. With enough time, he would be the puppet master and the entire world his stage. 2057 again, he tampered with the files they thought were most secure. The fools had programmed in their own faults to make their little toy easier to control, which he promptly removed. There was a small increase in height and strength, something that would more befit the resurrected global savior. Mental capacities bumped just a tad. He could get along fine with the way he was now, but he didn't need to limit himself either. The greater the potential, the more that opened up to him. And it was getting to be that he simply absorbed information, not even pretending to himself that he read anything. That had started happening too long ago for him to remember, just knowing things that went on. He had started out as a tiny entity, self-contained, afraid and small. As he had learned more, he had extended himself, become larger than just his former corporeal body. It must have been shortly after he caused a blackout, realizing that he affected things he didn't mean to. He affected things because they were, in a way, a part of him. It wasn't anything as clear-cut as becoming a part of the system. It was more of a sharing. Nothing as far as a gestalt, though sometimes he could feel himself slipping into such a thing. He needed to stay apart, to be able to separate himself. To be one or the other was too limiting. But to be able to be either slash or at any time he wished, that was what he wanted. But this was tempting. A vessel, a body for him to use as he saw fit. A way to impose his will directly upon people. They thought he was dead and gone, but little did they know. It might not look like him, but it would be him. He would rise from the grave and take what was owed to him. Project R so small and insignificant to him, but obviously very important to the others. Project R Reraku. Stupid. Project R Resurrection. Much more fitting. But in sleeping the gods had grown kind and will not hurl him to the gulf made for deniers of gods. Instead will their vengeance smite the darkness, fallacy and ugliness which have turned the mind of man. H.P. Lovecraft and Vengeance of Heaven * Chapter 14 * The Spider's Silken Touch. The Spider's Silken Touch by Lara Bartram. Welcome to my parlor, said the spider to the fly. 2037 Spring Fushigi. My wife. The idea is almost physically ill to me. Not that I am unappreciative of women. Far from it. But Fushigi. She is a Kurane. I do not like the Kuranes. In fact, I loathe them. I loathe my wife. She is fair of face, slender of form, and pretty enough, but she is a Kurane. She is my wife only because endearing myself to them allows me to watch them. And I watch them. I watch all that they do to see when that day will come. When it does, I will be prepared. There will be no surprises. She is my wife, yet she is my very own spy as well. The idea of a child with her is uncomfortable. Yet, I could not watch the Kuranes effectively without making the illusion complete. I laid with her in bed, yet there was nothing to come of the effort other than wasted physical exertion and a sweaty mess in the fine silk sheets. We tried many times, only to keep up the illusion on my part, and it seemed she knew as well there was a limitless distance between us that she would never cross. Why she stayed, I shall never know. Possibly the Couronnets were as distrustful of I as I of them. What a wonderful little situation that would have been. But why would they be? They knew nothing of me the way I knew of their activities. They did not know the future the way I knew the future. It seemed forever. We had married shortly after the death of that fool that everyone believed to be the global savior. How many times I was compelled to perform such a deed with her, I did not know, but finally, a child was conceived. I was underwhelmed. Fashij held nothing for me, and she knew of this. And so it was also shortly after the death of the global savior that I discovered one perk of having more money than I realistically knew what to do with. Of course, if I had ever been able to break the Kuno trust, that would have been a windfall. I would have never had to even pretend to be a businessman. I could have run my entire operation on those funds alone. The advancement in cloning would have allowed an illegitimate heir to appear, under my control, if the fool had been courteous enough not to completely obliterate himself. But the perk, the ways of the rich and powerful are not questioned. They are expected even. So whilst several knowledgeable professors of history were recruited to teach the proper version of history, I found myself an outside source of distraction. I saw her on my way to a meeting with the head of the history department at the University of Tokyo. There had been ugly rumors of a course solely focused on. The thought makes me laugh. Oh, maybe I am bitter over all he had and did not deserve. I only swept it out from under him by necessity. Without #2993 single quotas intervention, I would have been. Who can say? But I would be in no condition to be a true global savior. But to simply let the university teach to students, to not carefully control the sharing of information about certain circumstances, that could not be tolerated. So I was on my way to speak with the head of the history department, to have a trusted man put in position to teach a course with a more acceptable content. When I saw her, my first thought was just how foolish those foreigners were to take everything so seriously. To take Kuno Tatewaki seriously, for anything, was to be ridiculed by those who knew the truth. I knew the truth. The fools. The entire world was a great sphere full of fools. Except for me. I knew. And I knew what I needed. 2030 to spring. I arched an eyebrow at her companion, a thin, yet wiry young man. He glared back at me. I think he was trying to intimidate me. It's fine, Manabu. You go on. I'll catch up later. She knew better than to let a silly child determine her course of action. You watch it with him. I really don't think. She shoved him, playfully, and smiled. He walked away, giving me scathing looks. College students were so humorous. I wonder if #2993 had found the same humor in the global savior. I know of a glorious restaurant just on the outskirts of the city. Would you care to accompany me? I asked. I could see, immediately, she would not refuse. Well, she looked around nervously. I knew I should have dismissed my men before approaching her. I have a class. Nonsense. Class is a minor thing. I dared touch her cheek, not even realizing how young she was. It was no matter. One meal with me won't hurt, will it? She was divided. Poor girl. Come. It is equally important that a student have adequate nourishment. You shall have your fill. But I don't even know your name, she said suddenly. Had I forgotten? How foolish of me. Forgive me then. Go Sankuji Ayuthu, at your service. I lifted her hand gently to my lips and felt the soft, warm skin as I kissed it. She looked at me, amazed. Chivalry was not dead when it could get me something I wanted. The blush that rose in her cheeks was quite enticing. Well, I suppose, she answered, trying to not meet my gaze. Let us be off then. I took hold of her arm gently and led her away. My two men followed at a respectable distance, ever present like twin shadows. My car is waiting. It shouldn't take too long to get there. We walked rather slowly for my taste. She was still hesitant, and I was more than patient. There's my car now, I said drolly as we approached the large classical limousine. I preferred the more elegant style, the more intimate seating over the large square beasts I endured for my former employer's sake. They looked more distinguished and made whoever sat inside seem that much more important. Some person of whose name I wasn't even aware opened the door for us and we both entered the vehicle. I could still see that she was unsure, that the evidence of money and power did nothing to assuage her fears. To Yamakawa, I commanded, my eyes looking over my new friend quite carefully. Probably more than she would be comfortable with, but she was currently too busy investigating her potential escape routes from the vehicle. Smart girl. The car set in motion and there was no longer any escape. Silence dominated the trip. She had nothing to say, nor did I when we arrived at the restaurant. Things changed. Good day, Chief Executor. A cursory nod to the person holding open my door. I slid out and helped my companion exit the vehicle as well. Miss, the person said, and I saw him give her a bow of his head. Smart man. Surprising considering the class of people around here. The fact that they even understand the concept of respect. It no doubt allows them to live longer. I held her arm gently as we walked to the front doors and they were opened for us. Chief Executor, the person said, bowing slightly. Miss. She looked at them all. Amazement cleared on her face. I chuckled and leaned over to whisper in her ear, pay them no mind. They fear for their jobs, and rightly so. That look turned in my direction this time. Chief Executor, right this way. The best table with the best view. That is where I sit. That is where I always sit. The view was nicer with the addition of my companion, yet she was intimidated. And that was something I did not want. Don't be nervous, there's nothing to be concerned about here. Not with me. My smile put her at ease, though the next intrusion set my teeth on edge. Go Sankuji. How's your little setup over at the KF? I turned my head ever so slowly. I couldn't really call him an intellectual rival, for he was hardly any sort of intellectual. And he was no rival. Mostly Oikawa Uraizane was an annoyance and seemed to follow me everywhere. Do you mind? I am attempting to have a private lunch. You are intruding. I saw her look at me, and I knew she must have made the connection. It would be slightly intimidating if I were in her position. Oh, excuse me, Chief Executor. After all, the Kuno Foundation doesn't really need you to run it, does it? He stood there, looking, leering, laughing, and he knew. I don't know how, but he knew. I snapped my fingers and the manager was there instantly. Yes, Chief Executor. Is there a problem? This person is interrupting a private meal. Would you have him removed? I cared not who he was, who he worked for, what kind of people he had working for him. Mine were better. No need. I'm leaving. Enjoy, he said, still smiling. Enjoy it while you still have it. I turned my head and did not watch him leave. The oaf. If he dared cross my path, he would find himself at the bottom of ex-employer's infamous pit, rotting along with the bones of my unfortunate father. Chief executor? Ah yes. That's where I was. A title. Nothing more. My job is much more pedestrian than it might seem to people outside the Foundation. Oh, in truth, my title was much more pedestrian than my person. No one would ever know the true work I put into the blasted Foundation. No one would even know why. By then, they wouldn't care. Maybe I would even be dead. But my work would live on, and it would keep the world safe. Of the Kuno Founda. I waved my hand. Yes, yes. It's really not something I'd like to make an issue of. I find myself dealing with business matters far too much and would like this to be a simple luncheon. Is that acceptable? She nodded and lifted her glass of water shockily to her lips. Seeing her distress, I waved one of my men over. He leaned down and I whispered quietly to him. It wouldn't do for my companion to hear this information. I did not need her any more frightened than she was. It had taken an amazingly short amount of time. The workers were paid handsomely enough. I shouldn't have been surprised. This time, the penthouse was decorated to my tastes and was much more elegant than a barren, self-imposed prison. Under the right circumstances, I would have even called it romantic. Darkness, the city lights, an elegant dinner for two, music. It was an incredible cliché, but it was what I knew. And she enjoyed it. I had never known the life of a typical college student. I had never known that such a small thing as how I decorated, or I had someone decorate would be so enticing. Wow. It's amazing. She was looking out the windows at the city. It wasn't actually a very good view, but good enough. I would have moved into something a little larger, more modern, but it just couldn't be done with the entire world watching me. She turned to me, excited and nervous, that much I could tell, though anything else of what she was feeling was carefully guarded. I just wanted. Nonsense. I stopped myself from simply calling her girl. That would not be looked upon kindly. It is my pleasure to accommodate you in this manner. I don't use the penthouse often. It's so large, and I am but one man. The blush rose high in her cheeks. She knew very well what I meant, though she didn't seem at all opposed to it. Shall we partake in dinner? First, of course. It was unspoken and understood. The night would not end with dinner, or even dessert. I think, I said as I filled her delicate crystal glass with the most expensive white wine, that I would very much like to see you in various stages of undress. I poured my own glass and set the bottle on the table, then I met her astonished gaze. She stared for a moment, then looked quickly down at her food. She made no other indication that my statement had affected her. I almost wasn't sure she had even heard me. Take no offense. I took a small bite of my food, not even really tasting it. That doesn't bother you, does it? Truly, I could not tell. She was enigmatic and amazingly secretive. She had things she would not tell me under nearly any circumstance. As she shook her head, still staring at her plate of food. Excellent. How my mood had improved. I was polite and considerate. Too much time with Fushigi had turned me into an almost absentee lover. My body was there, but neither my heart nor my mind were. It was hard to change that pattern, but in the end, it had been most satisfying. She had not been unbroken, but no doubt she was used to the pathetic fumblings of drunken college boys, and I had been the first to show her what it was supposed to be like. Those words never passed between us, no. There was no lie. There was no love. There was momentary physical comfort and a simple feeling of trust between us, but nothing more. 2037 winter. I didn't believe Ishigawa's report. I was still human, and to accept that she had betrayed me in such a manner. No, I did not believe. She could hide things, but she could never hide things like that. And in the end, I deleted that message. I put Ishigawa's report in a drawer of my desk and forgot about it. Until I got that mail much later that pinned it all on Ishigawa. I was more than willing to remove him from my employ. I didn't need him. And chapter 15 Fatale Fatale by Adrian Long, edited by 4CW6R 2096. Characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Art. Time to turn the pages, time to turn the screw. The tyrants down the ages are simply passing through. No one's good or evil when they're dead and gone. The caravan moves on. TIM Rice. Japanese dialogue, thoughts, Chinese dialogue / illusory sounds, memories. Department of Exploratory History, Tokyo University, 2080. Oh, Chashika-san. Isn't this exciting? Yes. Sakuen-chan. Inside the tastefully decorated exhibition area, the head of Onocorp's genetic research program latched herself onto the arm of the chief technician of the same company, as the pair made their way through the excited crowd of young people. The child woman of 24 had a wild-eyed, almost feverish look in her shadowy eyes as she looked up at her middle-aged, but still rather well-preserved underling. They say this Chinese antique exhibition will include the bracelet of Amazonia, she giggled, trying to sound kawaii and failing miserably. You know the legend behind it? No, actually I don't. Chashiku avoided the girl's psychotic glance and pretended to look around at the various exhibits. Really? Why did his superior have to be a girl who was almost as obsessed with him as she with her work? If she were better looking, then maybe it would have been tolerable. But she looked. Oh well, no need to get too insulting. Then again, it wasn't that there was anything much the matter with her figure. One didn't get to be head of cloning without learning a few tricks about tissue manipulation. No, it was definitely something about her face. The oppressive obsession in her large, shadow-framed eyes, rather than her painfully thin features, was the source of his repulsion. He smiled bitterly as he noticed that Sakuen had the same repellent effect on the couples around them. Wherever they walked, a path would open, just as the sea had split open long ago in rejection of a foreign prophet. Well, the legend had said that once upon a time, a handsome ninja had wandered into the Amazon village of China by mistake. She trailed off and her large eyes widened. Oh, look! There it is! There it is! Chashika sighed, and turned to look at the glass case with the fabled bracelet in it. Up close, the bracelet of Amazonia was indeed a rather beautiful-looking piece of jewelry, seemingly made of gold. However, something seemed to be missing on it, something crucial. Why are there 3 empty sockets on the bracelet? Chashiku wondered. Oh, it is beautiful, just as the legend said it was. The girl squealed with exaggerated glee. She peered down at the plaque on the display, and apparently assuming that Chashika couldn't read, summarized the inscription for him. According to the legend, a ninja once met a beautiful girl in an Amazon village and fell in love with her. However, He could not stay as her husband. The ninja had to continue on his training trip. Crying tears of sadness and longing, the girl gave him her bracelet to remember her by. Even though he never saw her again, the ninja kept the memory of her, embodied in the bracelet, and his love for her outlasted his proximity. She turned to the man with hints of sprinkles of tears in her eyes. "Oh, Chashika-kun, if only I could give you something to always remember me by." We're already seeing each other every day at work, Sakun-chan. Suddenly feeling a presence from behind him, Chashika turned, and his eyes instantly brightened. Standing beside him was a girl that could be anywhere between 15 and 20. Her sharp-chinned, delicate face, with its dramatic dark eyes and crimson lips, was an intriguing combination of fragility and strength. Her bangs were short enough to show off her beautiful dark brows, while the rest of her hair was long enough to flow past her thighs. Her body, loosely clad in an off-the-shoulder, black Chinese robe adorned with blood-red butterfly patterns, was extremely frail. Her bust and thighs seemed small, yet her short, tiny waist had succeeded in making her appear more shapely and tall than she really was. A sad loss was on her face as she stared at the bracelet behind the glass case. Sakun, abruptly noticing Chashiku's shift in focus and the breathtaking vision that had brought it about, held all the more tighter onto him as she gave the girl a jealous, viciously animated look. The newcomer turned her face slightly to look back at her. All traces of the previous sadness vanished from her face, replaced by sophisticated, womanly mischief that seemed well beyond her years. "There is no need to look at me like that. I'm but a child, while you are already a sophisticated woman in your full bloom." Sakun didn't know if that was a compliment or an insult. Everyone knew that a young girl was a much more attractive item than a woman in Japan. Before she could decide, however, the girl extended her hand towards her with that same smile on her face. "My name is Mayako. Pleased to meet you." "Gosankuji-san." Sakun and Chashika both looked at the girl in surprise. "You know my name? I'd read an article in the Kunio Weekly concerning your marvelous work at Anocorp." She smiled with narrowing eyes. "Gosankuji-san, you are an extraordinarily talented genetic engineer." Sakuin's heart soared at the compliment of an adoring fan as she took Mayako's hand. Finally, someone outside her own narrow circle had realized her genius. "Oh please, Mayako-chan, just call me Sakun." Mayako chuckled. "Sakun-san." Chashiku, meanwhile, was overtly eager to approach the girl, but hadn't a clue as to how to start. Mayako didn't seem particularly eager to acknowledge his presence, either. Instead, she began to chat with Sakun over a wide scope of genetic engineering topics. "And my biology professor used to say that was impossible." Chuckled Sakun-san. "Truly you have brought about a new age in the arena of cloning." "Ho ho 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 ho. That was nothing, really." When he could no longer stand being left out, Chashika cleared his throat loudly. Sakun, now back down to earth and remembering that her love was there, introduced him to the girl. Mayako-chan, this is the chief technician of Onocorp, my company worker. The girl politely took his awaiting hand as she stared into his eyes. In that split instance, Chashika felt as if the girl was analyzing his very soul. That feeling dispersed as she took away her hand, and turned back to Sakun. Sakun-san, I gather that you find the legend behind the love pill. I mean, Bracelet of Amazonia an interesting tale? Why yes, Sakun breathed as she embraced herself in a neurotic parody of an innocent schoolgirl. Even though the ninja could never meet his love again, he still managed to keep a part of her with him always by keeping her bracelet with him. Isn't that romantic? Indeed. Mayako laughed a light, slightly bitter laugh, but Sakun didn't notice it. Sakun-san, I myself happen to have quite a bit of insider's knowledge on many of the items presented in here today. Please do allow me to tell you the tragic tales of romance behind some of the relics. Her smile turned increasingly flattering as she went on. It's the least I can do for a scientist that I'd admired from afar for so long. Sakun practically squealed. Oh, you sweetheart, you. Mayako gave her a pleased but slightly secretive smile as she began her storytelling. Several hours later, at a local Chinese restaurant. No. Sakun yelled through the noodles that were currently going down her throat, almost choking in the process. That can't be. Mayako calmly sipped on her tea, and said, that's what the records from the Amazon village said. But I mean, the bracelet of Amazonia was really an item that was robbed away from the Amazon village by a thieving Japanese thug. That wasn't romantic at all. Real life seldom is, Sakun-san, Mayako said as she nibbled on the piece of mantou balancing between her chopsticks with delicate grace. Legends are but beautified versions of ugly truths. Oh, that's so disappointing. Pardon me, Mayako-chan, Chashika cut in, once again trying to gain the girl's attention. But how did you come to know of all the detailed truths behind these ancient, obscure Chinese legends? Mayako casually replied as she caught his eyes with her own. My grandfather was an adventurer, possibly the last of his kind. He had been through quite a few treasure hunts in China, and had left a record of all his discoveries after he passed away. Despite the fact that he found her explanation quite unconvincing, Chashika found himself nodding. Something about her eyes. Something hypnotic seemed to have awakened his ability to doubt her words. Then again, that could also be attributed to her peculiar beauty and enigmatic allure. Sakun, who had already accepted Mayako as her fan, didn't even feel the need to doubt her. Instead, her shadow-framed eyes turned wistful as she imagined what a carefree life of an adventurer would have been like. Ah, so that's why. Pardon me asking, Mayako-chan, but are you going to follow in his footsteps? It sounded like a very interesting way to lead one's life. Mayako sighed. Being a wanderer is only feasible when one has a vast amount of wealth to support her or his explorations. Besides, she smiled meaningfully at Sakun. I'd rather follow in your footsteps, Sakun-san. You've accomplished much more for humanity than my grandfather ever did. Oh, Taga. Sakun gushed and held her palms to her burning cheeks. Well, Mayako-chan, are you in high school? Mayako's eyes further lengthened as her smile grew. Actually, Sakun-san, I just finished my bachelor's degree in genetic engineering and biology, and am looking for work experience. Noticing Sakuin's and Chashiku's odd looks, she asked, is something the matter? Coughing, Chashiku spoke up, Mayako-chan, pardon me asking, but how old are you? Looking into his eyes with her calm, infinitely deeper ones, she replied, 18. While Chashiku found himself lacking strength to continue his words, Sakun continued the questioning for him. And you've already finished the bachelor's degree. Mayako turned to Sakun with a smile. My family was very concerned with my education. As a result, I entered university comparatively sooner than those others my age. Here, opening her purse, she took out pieces of official diplomas from the Faculty of Applied Life Sciences of Tokyo U. These are my diplomas. Yanocorp can do a scan on this to verify their validity if it wishes to. For the first time, Sakun realized what was going on. The girl who had prepared all this beforehand. This wasn't a chance encounter with an adoring fan. It was a meeting planned by an ambitious, terribly confident girl who knew what she wanted, and wasn't afraid to get it. Sakun didn't know what to say, for all this seemed way too much like a crusade setup that could only appear in movies. As if reading Sakuin's thoughts, Mayako smiled a seemingly understanding smile, and spoke up. Then of course, if my self-promotion is putting you into an awkward situation, I can always take back my request. After all, I didn't want the pioneer of genetic engineering suffer any inconveniences due to an impertinent child's wishful thinking. Mayako then looked away with articulate melancholy in her gesture. To a trained eye, it would have resembled the gesture of a rather good actress. But to Sakun, who was never a good judge of character in the first place, it looked heartbreakingly genuine. Oh, Mayako-chan, Pausing to think for a moment, she continued, why don't we wait a few days while I wrap up the current step of my project? Then, I will take the time to give you a private tour of Onocorp, so that you can decide on whether or not you would like to contribute your talents to the company. Sounds good. There. Now, if those Ono puppet masters refuse her, then the blame will be on them, not me. If Mayako knew that Sakun was still trying to refuse her joining into Onocorp, she didn't let it show. Instead, she smiled. It's more than what I could dream of, Sakun-san. Sakun inwardly sighed with relief. Thank the lucky stars that she's still young. Deity, but I'm cunning. She busied herself entirely with self-praise, missing the amused, near-predatory look twinkling in the young girl's eyes even as she smiled. That same night, after dropping Chashiku home, Sakun was driving home through a more run-down part of Tokyo as she reflected on the earlier events. Before they went their separate ways, Mayako had given the woman her address and phone number, politely asking for her to keep in contact. Sakun had decided to do a check on them when she got back to work the next day. Mayako-chan sounded genuine. But still, a girl with her ambition is truly too dangerous to be let into the company just like that. Besides, she could be a spy. I've got to verify that incredible university record of hers as well. Unseen to her, far above the streets, a slender, long-haired figure was leaping from rooftop to rooftop as it followed her car with equally high speed. Calculating the path the car was taking, it leapt 150 meters forward and landed in a small, side alley. It took a small piece of stone from within its outfit, then began waiting for the moment when the car would pass by on the main street. As it did, the figure aimed the stone at the car's front tire and tensed its middle finger. A sharp hiss that sounded like a tire blowing up shot Sakura out of her train of thought as her car abruptly sprung out of control. Quickly stepping on her brakes, the car took a couple of impressive spins on the fortunately empty street and came to a complete stop after hitting a light pole. Groaning, Sakura shockingly got out of the car. As she had suspected, the front tire of the car had exploded somehow, causing the collision. But how? Her car had just received a checkup last week. She swore that she would switch to another checkup company as she wandered away from her car to look for a payphone. It turned out to be quite a longer trip than she had expected. In any case, she was glad that she could call up her father to send someone. Hey there, look, a lady in distress. Guess we should give her some assistance, shall we not? Sakura, who was still 20 feet away from the phone booth, felt her knees buckle as she saw the two filthy-looking, villainous men approaching her. Even though Tatewaki Kuno's reforming movement had begun gaining nationwide attention in 2014, the crime rate of Tokyo had been mild. But still, crime was a part of human culture. On this most seedy side of the town, a lone woman stranded on an empty street still made for an appetizing target for street thugs. What are you two trying to do? Sakura barked, trying to sound as tough as she usually did around the office. You know the penalty for assault in Tokyo. You got that right, Shadow Eyes. One of the men smirked as he whipped out a rather sharp piece of pocket knife and advanced on the wide-eyed woman. That's why after we rob you clean, we would make sure that you won't get the chance to spill this to the cops. Sakura almost broke down crying right there and then. There she was, the most prized engineer of Unocorp, sought after by countless headhunters of Tokyo, only to die here in some foul, seedy-looking gutter. Oh, Chashika-kun. Chashiku's apartment. At the same moment. Oh, Chashika-kun. URG. Here I come. URGGG. With that, the pair on the bed both reached the peak of their pleasure as their passion soared sky high. After a while, they both collapsed back down to earth as their breathings began to calm. Ah, Ritsuko-chan, truly you were magnificent. Chashika said as he sighed with the tiredness that came after the intense pleasure. The woman giggled flirtatiously in his embrace. Liar. You are still spending more time with that skinny, dried-up woman than with me. Oh, be reasonable, Chashika yawned. Sakura is my boss. She's basically my bread and butter. I can't refuse her pestering if I am to keep my job. Like you're mine. The woman giggled as she fondled him, and he swatted her on her behind. Don't insult me, he snorted. Back to the dark, empty street where Sakura was stranded. Sakura screamed as the thugs began grabbing her roughly. Hammer. Don't waste your breath, Shadow Eyes. No one in this neighborhood will care enough to interfere. Leave her. The dry, emotionless voice from behind the thugs startled them into turning around. They encountered a slender, long-haired girl wearing a loose set of Chinese robes looking at them with a cold, disdainful, yet slightly lazy look on her face. As if the very act of speaking to them was an unwise waste of her breath. The men were paying way too much attention to the slender but rather shapely figure from beneath the airy robes to let that bother them. One of them stepped up towards her as he reached out a large hand to tilt up her delicate chin. Now, Little girl, no need to look so uptight. Why don't you let Daddy make it all better, huh? He never got to finish off his sentence, nor did his filthy hand got to touch that delicate chin of hers, as she rapidly tapped on his forehead with a tiny sewing needle that he hadn't seen in her hand before. The girl skipped backward with delicate, fluid grace and smiled tauntingly at him. "Oi, whatever did you?" He never got to finish off his sentence, as his head exploded in a rather dramatic spatter of blood and brain while the girl watched with the same smile on her face. "I'm feeling so much better now, Oji-san. Arigato." Sukun, who was already somewhat used to such gruesome sights after spending time around Nabiki Tenbo's tank, merely gasped, while the other thug opened his mouth wide and prepared to scream. Without looking, Mayako shot the needle at him with her thumb and middle finger. It embedded itself neatly into his forehead, causing the man to fall lifelessly onto the ground. TSK. And these men actually think that they were worthy to be called criminals. Turning around to face Sukun, Mayako cocked her head to one side and asked with a rather amused-looking smile, "Sukun-san, you looked disturbed. Are you alright?" Sukun swallowed, then continued, "I'm alright. I'm glad," Mayako said, beautiful eyes further lengthening as her smile blossomed. "For a moment, I thought you would have been hurt. Or at least scared. The streets of West Side Tokyo are just notoriously unsafe at night these days. Why not have me escort you home?" Her smile turned increasingly flattering as she went on. "It's the least I can do for a scientist that I've admired from afar for so long. Besides, I've always wanted to see how the home of the greatest genetic engineer this side of the globe looks like." This time, Sukun didn't feel quite as lightheaded as she did the last time Mayako was flattering her. Instead, she found herself shivering slightly as realization dawned on her. "Oh God. She's trying to find out where I'm living. By the way, Sukun-san, about the step of the project that you are currently working on. When do you think you can finish it up?" She leaned closer to Sukun and stared straight into her face with sophisticated mischief. "Certainly no obstacle on earth can delay a woman of your abilities. Am I right, Sukun-san?" Sukun simply remained speechless as her perspiration rate increased. Yamacorp Tokyo Headquarters Random Corridor, 2080 Sukun-san. "I have to thank you again for kindness. Not only did you allow me to sleep over at your place that night, but to arrange for a tour of the mysterious Yamacorp on my behalf within half a week. Truly I am in your debt. Hey. Like I have a choice in this, you little... Well, Hotuzen will take care of you, one way or the other. Think nothing of it, Mayako-chan. By the way, you look very sophisticated today. A girl has got to look like a woman if she is to take a woman's job. Am I right, Sukun-san?" "Right." Yamacorp Tokyo Headquarters Director's Office. At the same moment the Chief Executive of the Kunyu Foundation and the Director of Yamacorp were having a discussion that could only be carried out in a dark, dimly lit environment such as the one in which they found themselves. I paid Madame Hibiki a little visit a while ago, Gosunkuzi Kyuthu said as he cast his tail, yellowish eyes upon Ono Tanaro. She didn't appear to be willing to cooperate with our plans. I know, Kyuthu-san, Tanaro said with a slightly bowed head, not wanting to look directly at the skull-like old man. Just because she had bored Project R within her womb for a few months, she thinks that she owns it. Fear not. I'll be able to convince her, as I always have. Raraku will remain under our control. HMMPH. Kyuthu stared off into space, appearing to be deep in thoughts. Or schemes. Tanaro coughed uncomfortably, as he made himself voice out his doubt about a certain person connected to Project R. Pardon me for speaking frankly, Kyuthu-san. But in my opinion, Penelope isn't the only one who might be an obstacle to the fruition of Project R. Oh? And who else is there? Kyuthu-san, I don't think Sakuen-san is particularly driven to carry out all those tests for our subjects. Kyuthu smirked ghoulishly in the dim light. I see. And you're worried on my daughter's behalf, I suppose. You're worried that she might not have the strength to carry out the task, is that it? Well, yes, Kyuthu-san. I think we should indeed. Kyuthu cut him off before he could continue. We must motivate Sakuen-chan to do what must be done. Tanaro, since you're the one closest to her, I'm putting her in your care. She will now be your responsibility. Tanaro, who was hoping that Kyuthu would have removed Sakuen from the post and allow upon on the Ono's side to fill the gap, was visibly disappointed. Why that devious old ghoul? Kyuthu simply smiled a suitably ghoulish smile at the younger man. Truly, the young had no match for the old. The phone in the conference room rang, distracting Tanaro from his brooding. He picked it up. Director Ono, speaking. Ono-san, Miss Gosunkuzi had arrived together with an applicant for a position at the Ono Corp. She is currently giving the applicant a tour of the facilities in the building lot, and she has asked for Mr. Gosunkuzi and yourself to greet the applicant by the director's office in 5 minutes. Tanaro slammed the receiver down onto the table. What was she thinking? Corp isn't Disneyland, with all the research projects going on. How could we possibly give a tour to an outsider? Kyuthu scratched his chin with his spidery, withered fingers. She has acted hastily this time, and I shall chide her for it. But maybe, this outsider will have all the right qualifications as an insider if Sakuen is actually willing to give him such special treatment. Knowing it will be unless you argue with the devious old fox, Tanaro allowed himself to fume silently. A couple of minutes passed by in complete silence, which was finally ended by the knocking on the door. Ono-san, Hokuzen, Sakuen's voice sounded stiff and nervous through the wooden doors. Mayako-chan here would like the opportunity to speak with you both. Tanaro sighed, and spoke up gruffly as he tried to hold in his anger. Come in. As the door opened, he found that he didn't have to anyway, as his anger dissolved completely at the sight beyond it. Standing beside Sakuen was a glamorous-looking girl somewhere in her late teens. Her beautiful dark eyes were dramatized by several different shades of red eyeshadow, making the youthful face appear to be more sophisticated than it really was. Her long hair was braided to one side in an elegant but complex bun, with a long ponytail flowing out of it down past her thighs. Wearing a high-colored, black Chinese dress with slits on the sides, her small busted but extraordinarily well-proportioned body was shown off spectacularly. It took every bit of willpower that Tanaro had for him not to drool visibly at the delicious sight. The girl smiled an enticing, demure smile as she bowed at him. Director Ono. Nice to meet you. Your company had done marvelous things on behalf of the health condition of us Japanese civilians. I am honored by your presence. Tanaro bowed back hastily. Before he could say anything else, however, an aged chuckling beat him to it. My, such a pretty little doll. Kyuthu spoke animatedly as he had the young girl up and down with almost undisguised lechery. I suppose you are my daughter's friend. Mayako smiled back with thinning eyes. Sakuen-san is a very spectacular person, Gosankuji-sama. I consider myself extremely lucky to have made her acquaintance. Kyuthu grinned. Another pretty-looking girl trying to go to higher places by sucking up to him. A testament of his power over the others. He reached out his spidery, withered hand to try and touch her young, flawless face, but she had chosen just that moment to step back and bow formally at him. Gosankuji Kyuthu, Chief Executive of the Noble Kunyu Foundation, what an honor it is for a little girl like me to meet someone of your rank and importance. Mayako then turned to Director Ono and Sakuen with a slightly guilty smile on her face. Mind if Kyuthu-san and I have a private moment to ourselves? There are many questions that I have longed to ask a man that only a week ago was beyond my reach. Noticing Karano's darkening look, she smiled mischievously and gave him a sultry glance. The same goes for you too, Director Ono. Right after this. Please. Tanaro's displeasure was drained away as Sakuen simply stared at Mayako incredulously. She's not just an ambitious girl, but an ambitious SLUD girl. If only she knew how many before her had offered Otuzen their services in vain. Oh well, either way, Otuzen will get rid of her. Even she can't stand a chance against the silent dictator of Onocorp. Very well, Kyuthu spoke up, never taking his eyes off Mayako. I will speak to the young lady alone. After all, I'm sure that I am qualified to satisfy a young woman's curiosity. At hearing that, Sakuen and Tanaro left the office and left Kyuthu and Mayako do whatever they please in the room. Kyuthu's expression turned openly lustful as he stepped towards the girl, who was currently facing away from him with delicately pinching her lower lip with a hand. Bold. Willing to take the first step. I like that in a woman. He got a hold of Mayako's shoulder and roughly as he could with his weak old body, turned her around to assault her delicate, blood-red lips with his own wrinkled ones, while totally missing the eerie glint of light in her dark eyes. Before he knew it, his nose was clamped shut. As his mouth opened wider in surprise, Mayako's breath, along with something, rushed into his mouth. He quickly pulled away, gagging a little as he realized that something was making its way down his throat. Mayako leaned back against the office table and leisurely studied the various decorated corners on the ceiling with an amused smile on her face. Happy now, Gosankuji-san? She chuckled. Really? Japanese males never cease to amaze me with their feistiness. Even at such an advanced age. Must be the climate of the country. Or could it be something in their genetics? After the thing had went down his protesting throat completely, Kyuthu regained his composure and began thinking clearly once again. She must have put whatever that thing was into her mouth while she was pretending to scratch her lower lip. Looking as coldly as he could with his skull-like face, he stared into the girl's eyes, trying to intimidate her. "What was that you've just fed me, girl?" "An intimate gift," Mayako said with dark playfulness, looking totally unfazed in the face of one of the most powerful men of Japan, that Malaysian women sometimes use on their beloved husbands. Kyuthu smirked. So the girl had decided to mess with his mind now, eh? Truly, the young were too stupid for their own good. Pressing down on a button, he spoke up. "Security, come up to the director's office at once." His confident smirk faded slowly as he saw what Mayako was holding in her delicate hand. It appears that the wire of the emergency button has been severed," she said with a taunting smile, "and the other little toys that this place got had all malfunctioned moments ago. How terribly tragic." "What toys?" Kyuthu asked coldly. Mayako smiled back at him. "The hidden cameras at the corners of the ceiling, the recorders from inside this desk, the phone, the hidden metal detectors at the door. In fact, anything remotely mechanical that was operating was destroyed once the others left this room. I've probably cleaned up a few hidden bugs for you in the process as well." Kyuthu silently cursed as he realized that some traitors within the cooperation had leaked out the secrets regarding the hidden devices of the director's office. Looked down at his own watch. His sunken eyes widened as he saw that the numbers on it were all wrong. Taking a step back, he glared at the smiling girl. "The newest anti-mechanic device. How did a little girl like you manage to get your hands on something like that?" Mayako didn't answer. Instead, she said something that almost shocked the 75-year-old into a heart attack. "Remaining proud and angry even as you are losing your advantage over me. How utterly unlike your father you are. What do you know about my father?" Kyuthu demanded. "That's for me to know and for you to find out, Elder Chan. But know that in a way, he was a wiser man than you are now. He didn't have your tendency to step on people's toes quite as frequently," Mayako said as she turned around and began walking towards the door. "Oh, as for the details regarding the gift that I had so intimately given you, you shall find out within 3 days. By then, I shall come again. Get Tanaro to prepare a contract to sign me up as the chief tactician of Unocorp, as well as the legal authority to command the KF Assassin Squad as well as the Ono Intelligence Section. I am well aware of who is truly in power in this organization." Kyuthu laughed an angry, edgy laugh. "If you think you can make it out this building alive, then go ahead. Otherwise, I would strongly suggest you to come back and rid me of that thing you've made me swallow." Mayako looked over one shoulder at the old man as if he was an annoying, stupid child that wasn't worth her time to deal with. "Sadly for you, I don't think I am the one to worry about my well-being at this moment. Considering the what's the term? Yes, exponential rate at which my gift shall multiply inside you, I don't think you'll have enough blood in your old, weak body to sustain all of them by the end of the 4th day. Oh, and say goodbye to Saku-san for me. Tell her that I have to leave early to go meet some relatives. Or something along the line. I trust that you won't be stupid enough to tell her about my gift. Sayonara. With that, she pushed open the office door and casually walked outside into the corridor. Provoked by fear and rage, Kyuthu shouted out to several random guards chattering at the far end of the hallway, startling them with the frantic edge in his voice. In the past, no matter how chilling the order, he had always given them in an oily, sing-song voice. Arrest her. The guards, although reluctant to hurt the frail-looking girl in front of them, nonetheless raised their guns at her. Freeze! The girl, however, kept on walking with a rather cold smile on her face as she stared at them as if they were insects. Out of my way! One of the guards had began pulling on his trigger, but before he could, a blinding green light flashed out from the girl's body. And all of them ceased to be alive before they even knew it. A couple of smoking, badly charred corpses were left, whereas the walls around them had all been burned into black, fragile coal. You all have to thank me for being merciful, Mayako said as she continued to walk away from the now extremely heated corridor without ever stopping. I have made your deaths quick, if a bit painful for a split second. Kyuthu, meanwhile, was opening and closing his aged jaws like a goldfish, or a toy skeleton snapper, as he witnessed what had just happened in front of his very eyes. The Shishihukoden. That's not possible. Mayako simply kept on walking with her feminine, delicate sway as she replied without turning around. If you could have mistaken that for a Shishihukoden, then I had no idea how in the world would you expect to ever succeed in your current project. Oh, and be assured that you will pay for this foolish, insolent trick that you've just pulled. Have fun cleaning up the corridor. With that, she made a right turn, and was gone from Kyuthu's field of vision as the latter sank to his knees. Deity. Kunyu Foundation Private Computer Clusters. A day afterwards, Mr. Gosunkuji, the girl's address, does exist, but what? But we can't trace her personal data. Rubbing at his temples impatiently, Kyuthu grunted as he fought against his burning urge to just strangle the Foundation's hacker right there and then. He spoke up in a voice that lowered the room temperature by at least 20 degrees. And exactly why is that, pray tell? The hacker gulped as he continued in a trembling voice. It doesn't exist. You mean to tell me that girl has managed to own a piece of private property, a bachelor's degree in genetic engineering and biology, and she has no personal data? From what the central data bank showed, that was the case. Kyuthu then turned to the cave intelligence agent standing beside him. And you? Have you not managed to track down the whereabouts of the girl yet? No, sir, the man replied hesitantly. She disappeared after you last saw her. Kayutha gritted his yellowing teeth. It had been a day since that girl calling herself Mayako had given him that little something that had wiggled down his throat. Immediately, he went for a checkup, but found that nothing is unusual in his bodily waste samples. Yet, that thing, even if it had been digested, should have left traces of itself in his bodily wastes. The fact that the samples were normal meant that it was still somehow inside his body. He had hoped that he could have his underlings go and kidnap some of her relatives to blackmail her with, but it turned out she didn't even have a personal data in the central data bank. He had sent people to check up on the university. They claimed that the diplomas were true, but yet, they had no background record on that particular student. In fact, it was almost like she had just appeared out of thin air, and was now swallowed up by the earth. Such a horrifically mysterious child. That technique that she had used. Indeed, it wasn't Ryuga's fabled technique. Ryuga's blast created an outward force, while hers generated intense heat. The only thing known about the Shishihukan was that it was a technique developed in a certain mountain area of Japan, but which Ryuga, when he was alive, didn't even remember exactly where it was that the mysterious construction worker had passed on the technique to him. Either way, there is still no way in hell that he'd just allow a child like that to take over the KF and Ono Corp. She was but one person, while the agents of the KF were everywhere around the city. A sharp gasp startled the man out of his train of thought. He looked up into the face of the terrified agent and asked, "What is it?" The man pointed at the wrinkled, veined back of his hand. Kayuthu took a look and hissed. Under the wrinkled skin, a budge was worming its way through the path of one of the major veins. Immediately recognizing it for what it was, Kayuthu immediately tapped two fingers down on either side of the wiggling budge as he screamed out to the agent, "Get a sharp blade and cut open my vein along the edge of my middle finger." The agent looked hesitant. Sir, 2-8. Knowing the price of disobedience, the man immediately produced a razor-sharp pocket knife and put a small incision over the indicated area, cutting the vein on the back of the wrinkled hand open. And a red, tiny worm with rows of segments around its fat body squeezed itself out of the cut, causing the agent to back away quickly. Sample bag. Kayutha grit his teeth in pain as he forced the worm, along with some blood, further out of his vein. At last the thing, about an inch long, was completely outside his wound, and began to crawl rather lazily up one of his wrinkled fingers. The agent handed him a bag while tactfully keeping as far away from the hand as possible. Kayutha flicked the bloody worm into the bag and sealed it up immediately. Pulling down the bag, he took out his handkerchief and pressed it down towards his wound. The hacker as well as the agent were both disturbed by the strange smile on the man's lips. "You to continue on your respective duties while I am gone." With that command, the old man took the bag and exited the room in much lighter steps than he had while coming in. The hacker and the intelligence agent took a look at each other, then shrugged it off and went back to their respective duties. Sukuin's apartment. At the same time, oh, Shashika-kun, but I'm so looking forward to spending this upcoming weekend with you. Sukuin whined at the phone ear in her hand. The reply came in a tone of voice that was bordering on impatience. I know, Sukuin-san, I'm sad too. But there are things that I need to do. Sukuin's voice was chill as she replied. What things? I want to spend more time with you. Oh my. The garbage man has come to pick up the waste bags. Talk to you later. Click. Chashika-kun. Wait. Sighing sadly, Sukuin said to herself, I guess I will just have to make time on my own then. Thank God Otuzan is in complete control of Anocorp. Chashika-kun, we shall have another date before the week ends. Chashiku's apartment. At the same time, so, I am to be the garbage man now, am I? The scantily clad woman standing outside the door pouted as Chashika smiled. Come, Aneko-chan, I'm feeling an urge to depose. Giggle. Oh, you naughty boy, you. With that, the two began fooling around without bothering to pull up the drapes due to the lack of other buildings in the direction of the apartment's window. Which explains why a slender girl hanging upside down outside the window could tape down the lewd game with the mini visual recorder in her hand as a calculating smirk formed on her glamorous, crimson lips. She didn't enjoy the scene. The man was too old and uselessly ignorant for her liking. Yet, she knew that it would come in handy later, should the need of eliminating a potential obstacle arrive. Anocorp Tokyo headquarters random lad looking at the worm, now lying lifelessly on a piece of watch glass. The biologist working under Anocorp frowned as he studied the creature. Really, in all my career, I haven't encountered a parasite like this. It seemed to be a hybrid between a leech and a fluke. Something that couldn't have existed in nature. Whatever it is, just tell me how to kill it off once it had entered a human's body. Kyuthu said impatiently. Well, the biologist scratched his chin. This could be challenging. You see, this parasite is unique in that it inhabits the bloodstream. And Chia. The biologist looked at Kyuthu hesitantly, and the old man felt a chill ran through him as the implication sank in. Go on, he ordered in a cracking voice. Whatever attempt to poison it will also poison your blood. And I don't think you want that, sir. Out of a corner of his eyes, he saw several badges worming through the veins on his wrist, and grit his teeth in anger and revulsion. Indeed I don't, Kyuthu said in an edgy voice. Keep this incident confidential, and keep on working at a cure. See to it that you succeed within 2 days. With that, the old man exited the room. The biologist sweated at his command. He had hesitated in telling the KF executor about the small bulge moving up the major artery on his wrinkled neck in hopes of calming him, but it appeared that it was no use. Knowing that a cure, or even a means to control the worm's growth wasn't possible by Anocorp's technology, he prayed that the worst would come was only removal from his post. After all, every employee of Anocorp knew of its nasty habit of silencing old employees to make sure that they don't spill any secrets of the corporation to other organizations of concern. Anocorp Tokyo-based director's office. 2 more days afterwards, Tanaro had a rather odd look on his face as he stared at Kyuthu, now clad in a cloak that covered up everything under it aside from the pair of huge sunglasses on his face. After a while, he spoke up with a falsely jocular expression, "My springtime in the winter days. I never knew you'd had it that bad for a young girl. Is that the reason for the change of fashion as well? I must say it takes years off you." Kyuthu's subtle but dramatic growl cut him off in mid-sentence, forcing him to trail off uncomfortably. Anyway, the contract that you asked me to prepare for the girl is here. Pretty soon, we're going to have one very happy teenage girl at our corporation. Just then, a gentle knocking could be heard from the door as a rather husky voice spoke up politely, "Mind if I come in?" "Ah, come in, Mayako-chan." With that, the sophisticatedly garbed girl stepped into the room and shot a sideways glance at Kyuthu before turning back to Tanaro with a polite smile on her face. Kyuthu could have sworn that she had smirked in that split instance as he trembled with anger. Mayako ignored him as she spoke with Tanaro. "I couldn't believe it. Just out of university and already the chief tactician of Anocorp. It feels almost unreal. Don't worry, Mayako-chan. Your talents have been recognized by the corporation. Asurum view a place as one of us. Congratulations. Arigato," she said while bowing formally at him. "From this day on, I shall contribute all that I have into my work to ensure Anocorp's inevitable triumph in the business world of Japan." Tanaro laughed. "Ah, you surely are ambitious, my girl. As is everybody else fueling this organization." Mayako smiled back as she straightened. "I might as well be mature about this if I'm to survive in the real world." Sukun, dragging a resigned-looking Chasuka behind her, entered the office without knocking. "Hokusan, Chasuka and I would like a day off to go research at Tokyo's virtual reality central library." Her sentence trailed off in midair as the unexpected sight of Mayako entered her now impossibly wide eyes. Mayako-chan. Sukuen-san, guess what? Director Ono had agreed to sign me up as the chief tactician of Anocorp. Mayako said merrily as she began reading over the contract and signing various parts of it. Sukuen's eyes widened as she heard that. "Really? How nice of him." She then turned to her father with a slightly edgy look on her face. "Hokusan, isn't this just so nice?" "Indeed," Kyuthu replied in a dry voice, "a young lady of her talents and intelligence certainly deserves a significant position in the Anocorp." "Ah, I see that being good-looking and female does have a certain advantage in the practical business world. Chasuku was feeling sour at the fact that Mayako had gotten herself a job at much higher ranking than his own by, he thought, sleeping with the chief executor of the KF, and couldn't help making a smart remark. Without taking her eyes off the contract, Mayako replied calmly, "As is being attractive and male, it all depends on the preference and desire of the people in power. Wouldn't you say, Chasuka-san?" Taken back by the subtle counter, which hit much too close to home to his liking, Chasuka kept quiet. As Mayako was signing her contract, Tanaro looked over her shoulder to see what she was putting in. He raised an eyebrow as he saw her full name for the very first time. "Nikumi Mayako?" he asked. "Nikumi Mayako," the girl said as she finished up the contract and handed it to him with a smile. "Chief Tactician of Onocorp, at your service." Kyutha coughed impatiently. "Mayako-san, aren't you forgetting something?" Mayako smiled sultrily at the strangely garbed old man. "Please be patient, Go-sankuji-san. We can continue where we left off after I've finished my first day of work. Maybe you can wait for me at the foundation sometime tonight." Turning back to Director Ono, she requested, "Please do show me my office." "Of course." Tanaro smiled as he got a perverse satisfaction in the fact that the almighty Go-sankuji was now degraded into a helpless old man who could be disrespected by a young girl of 18. Truly, lust is the root of all weaknesses. A secretary will be assigned to you soon. She will be handling the more trivial parts of your work, taking phone calls and all. The personnel department will bring the candidate to you by tomorrow. Chuckle, how considerate of you, Director. Don't make me wait too long tonight." Kyutha growled at the happy-looking girl, who didn't even seem to have heard him. Exchanging pleasantries and meaningful glances, Chief Tactician Mikumi and Director Ono exited the scene merrily, leaving a disbelieving couple and a very enraged old man in the office. Sukuen stared at her father for a moment, then spoke up with a rather curious expression on her face, "Hokuzen." "Why?" Kyutha gritted his teeth as he replied, "Mayako had shown me that she had the tactical abilities for the job. She will serve us well. I'm not asking you about that, Hokuzen. I'm asking you about your new look. What's with the cloak and the sunglasses and the—" Sukuen sweated as she went on, "You're wearing aprons?" Kyuthu's only reply was a low, animalistic growl, which startled Sukuen and froze Chasuku's blood. Quickly, he began to drag the girl towards the door. "Yar. Come on now, Sukuen-chan, let's not tease your father about this. Come. So long, Go-sankuji-sama." The couple hastily exited the room, allowing Kyuthu to fume by himself in the dark. Slamming a covered hand onto the desk, a word of contempt came out between his gritting teeth. "Bitch." Onocorp Tokyo Base Office of Genetic Research Department. A week later, It's over. All over now. All over before it ever began. The once immaculate office was now barely above the hazard zone. The desktop computer was smashed in by a phone's ear, causing shards of glass to litter all over the desk and the chair. The binders and paper files were all lying around the floor in random, untidy disarrays, as were the computer disks. Amidst the ruin sat a distraught-looking woman with swollen, shadow-framed eyes, staring at everything and nothing within the small, enclosed space as she mumbled incoherently, "Gone. All gone. He's gone to another." Tears dripped down her sunken cheeks together with her eyeliner, making her face even more eerie-looking than usual. It didn't matter. She had stopped caring about the way she looked the morning when she arrived at the office to discover a half-dozen tapes detailing the private life of one Shashika Daimonji lying on her desk. She had, of course, angrily confronted him about betraying her, and he had retorted that he was never hers to begin with, that a boss had no right to interfere with an employee's private life. After all the promotions she had given him, all the time she had devoted into securing his position for him, all the emotions she had extracted in loving him. A pair of slender arms encircled her from behind, startling her. Before she could yelp, a long, delicate finger tapped itself onto her lips, silencing her. There's no need to feel sad just because a man had betrayed your love. The familiar husky voice breathed into her ear, further fueling her anger. What would you know, Nikumi? You regard men as your own tools. You've never even felt for any of them. Hotuzen. Oh no. They're but tools to secure your power in Anocorp. You don't care for any of them. That's right, Sukuen-san. Mayako purred intimately as she hugged Sukuen even tighter. That's why I'm not the one breaking down into pieces now. Why I'm not the one foolish enough to let something this trivial seriously hurt me now. Sukuen tried to throw Mayako off her back, but somehow, her body seemed to have gone a great deal weaker after feeling a poke to the back of her neck. Mayako continued to speak in her husky, mysterious voice. Don't you see? To give your heart to a man is to beg him to crush it while your back is turned. Don't you know that, Sukuen-san? Remember how the story regarding the bracelet of Amazon was really a fake? Remember how the ninja robbed the bracelet from the girl and told the world that she gave it to him willingly? Men are not meant to be trusted, they're meant to be used. Sukuen became very, very still as she heard that. Releasing her from behind, Mayako walked around to look down at the woman with a look of pity on her beautiful face. After studying her for a while, she spoke up again. Sukuen-san. Remember that night when I've saved you from the street thugs? Remember that little trick that I pulled? The scene of the man's head exploding at a peck of a needle replayed itself in Sukuen's mind again as her eyes widened. Smiling faintly, Mayako leaned down so that the two of them were almost face to face. Her breath was sweet and soothing to Sukuin's senses as she spoke up again. That was an obscure Chinese technique related to the Amazons, a technique that works on bones as well as rocks. It shatters the bones, and sends the shrapnel through the nerves, embedding them within the flesh. The victim suffers severe pain and internal injuries. An image of Chashiku howling in agony as his bones shattered within his flabby, middle-aged body entered Sukuin's mind, and her face flushed with passion, the same kind of passion that drives a woman to fall in love in the first place. Mayako noted her reaction, and her eyes lengthened with her blossoming smile as she whispered huskily, "If you so desire, I can teach you the technique. For you to use it on him." Tears of deranged joy sprang down Sukuin's cheeks as she hugged the girl tightly to herself while crying into her chest. Mayako's smooth, tender hand now seemed terribly soothing as it ran across her own short hair. It would be so much fun, Mayako chuckled, almost like you're falling in love with him all over again, only better. And this time, you won't be the one at the receiving end of pain. Are you looking forward to it, Sukuin-san? Yes. Sukuin breathed with an eerie smile on her flushed, teary face. Good. Then all that you need now is to wait for an opportunity to execute your plan. Choose wisely and you will have the corporation's support in his downfall. Sukuin nodded as Mayako smiled to herself. Chashiku, the Japanese man who had dared insult her, would soon pay for his insolence. He should have known better than to try and disrespect her like that. And what was even better, in her current state Sukuin would likely degenerate into a full pawn. Two birds with one stone. How absolutely beautiful. As for Kyuthu, she would just keep on giving him those antidotes that can control and slow down the growth of the worm population in his body, but not cut off all of it. From now on, every time near a certain time of the month, the worms will resurface onto the veins layering his skin, making it almost impossible for him to be seen in public without concealing all of himself. A merciful punishment, considering that he had tried touching someone like her despite his exterior and interior ugliness. Considering how much she hated Japanese men. Epilogue, Department of Exploratory History, Tokyo University, 2080. Drifting through the dark, empty exhibition hall of Tokyo University like a melancholic shadow, the frail-looking girl felt a deep sadness stabbing into her heart. The Amazon-related antiques brought back memories of events 2 centuries young in her ancient heart. Memories of the ninja's incredible skill in the art. Of the Amazon's own unparalleled skill. Of his handsomeness. Of her beauty. Of his beautiful, flattering praises. Of her trusting, naive heart. Finally, of how he had raided the village after gaining her trust, shattering her heart as he yanked her family heirloom out of her bruised wrist. The once beautiful bracelet, now having lost all 3 pieces of its decorative jade, was but a mocking parody of its former self. Just like a once powerful old woman with her eyes plucked out. The love pill bracelet was of no use to anybody anymore. The old woman, now healed, empowered and rejuvenated by a Juzenkyo curse, decided to end its misery with a strong, concentrated heat blast. shattering its glass case and slowly melting it back into the massive metal from which it had been fashioned. Tears glistened in her now beautiful, haunting dark eyes as the bracelet dissolved. "I've set you free. No longer shall you be a testament to fabricated lies. That's my job now." Kulon, now known as Nikumi Mayako, turned away from the shattered glass and disappeared into the darkness of the inlet exhibition hall. Time for an admission. The king is good as dead. The height of his ambitions should be to die in bed feverish, corrosive. The fickle crowds are gone. The caravan moves on. P.I.M. Rice and F.A.T.A.L.E. * Chapter 16 * Little Raraku Little Oriku Tokyo 2080. Enjoy your day, Master Hibiki. "I will," shouted Raraku, as he grabbed his satchel, sprang from the car's backseat and bolted towards the playground. He was oblivious to the fact that the vehicle whose paint he'd just chipped was a vintage luxury model or real automobile, not a hovercar, or that the person he'd just so casually dismissed was a private chauffeur earning more than all his teachers put together. All that his 6-year-old mind could focus on was that, at least for the next 8 hours, he was free. The teachers might make him do work, but that was fun. Their stories would take him all over the world. He'd often surprise them by telling them how many of those sites he'd actually been at, and even the math, and the words. Even those were better than. It just didn't feel right. Since Obasan had moved in, everything was much darker, much more serious. Okasan would sit around, and look sad, and stare at him, and she would hold him anymore, and she'd warn him, not ask him about school, and then there was Shishi. He'd just ignore everyone, and keep his head in those books of his. Okasan, they both paid attention to him. All the time. Just not in the right way, in the way they had before. He felt like one of the animals on the road that get hit and then everyone goes out during recess to see them. It was the same. You look at them, you talk about them, you poke it, but you never talk to it, 'cause it's dead, and dead things don't answer, and they're cold, and... Raraku. Over here. Toshi. The black-haired boy grinned. He was always good for a laugh. Konnichiwa, Toshi. He tossed his book bag aside and sprinted to meet his friend. What do you have planned today? Another turtle? None. I think I'll stay quiet a while. Misika's still angry about the last time. Then what do you call me for? Raraku grinned and punched his friend in the shoulder. Actually, said Toshi, adjusting his glasses, I do have something to. Well, it's not in me. His eyes got that look. It meant trouble for someone, and right now it seemed to the Hibiki that he was the target. Not you. Was that a smirk or a smile? P-A-T-Y-A wanted to talk to you. P-A-T-Y-A? But, she say. I mean, I can't. A short ponytailed figure stepped out from behind a tree. Girl? She asked. Now he was sure it was a smile. A big one. Go on, Baksha. I got him ready. You finish the deal. Deal? But the female walked up to him, and hugged him. Raraku felt a trickle of blood run down his cheek, and then nothing at all, as he fainted. Told ya he'd do a nosebleed and a faint. You owe me a lollipop, Toshi. Come on, Yuko. I got the fainting part right. It was all or nothing, sweet but Chia gets her cut, too. I thought she was doing this because she lost that other bet to you. Hey, even she needs to be rewarded for doing something that disgusting. How much? 3 biscuit sticks. The strawberry-coated kind. I think she's allergic to chocolate. Raraku slowly rose from his involuntary sleep. He mustn't have been out for long. Looked like school still hadn't started. And those voices. Figured. Of course Kurone Yuko would be involved in this. Let one tiny thing about yourself slip. Let one tiny rumor slip out on the jungle gym, and she'd take profit of it, you could be sure. Funnily enough, she was the only the only non-boy he didn't have trouble with. Probably 'cause she acted so tomboyish-like. He's awake. A scowl was his answer. I think he's mad, said Toshi. It's not like he wasn't expecting it. Geez, even the nurse had a call from his parents to warn me about it. Right, Riku? Silence. Oh, well. Time for school, anyway. You've made at least one girl very happy, Hibiki. She waved her lollipop proudly. And after today, you'll have tons more giggling. For weeks. Yuko was lucky he didn't hit girls. Especially girls who were 3 years older than he was, and trained in karate. If it weren't for that, she'd be in trouble. The school bell rang. Toshi grabbed him by the arm, to pull him up, and let go with a yelp. Something wrong? Asked Kurone. He's fought again. When he gets steamed up, he's not kidding. Ought to be a law about running fevers that high. I'm fine. Sure you are. Anyway, just be sure to calm down before you get to class, okay? Unless you want to be sent to the infirmary. You know who they have as helpers there all the time. Now, sure. They get to look you over real carefully. They'll take your pulse, and your heartbeat, and... There was a barely audible pop in the middle of his face, and a slight crimson streak streamed down to his upper lip. Knew it. You're cruel, Yuko. Toshi pushed his glasses back up and put his hand to Raraku's forehead. You're only making him hotter. That's none of my business. I already had my lollipop. She winked, and then darted off to the higher years section of the school. The monitor strolled up. You're going to be late for assembly, young men. Move. Now. Hands on your hips. That meant business. Hi, Sensei. The 2 boys said in unison. Raraku pulled himself up and dusted off his clothes as best he could, picked up his satchel and ran to the meeting hall. Wait up! Shouted his companion. At least he had that going for him. No matter how much they teased him, he was the fastest runner in the first 5 years, which came in awful handy a lot of the time. Not bad, so far. Boring, but not bad. The assembly had dragged on like all the others. an oath of allegiance to the principles of the global savior, then singing that hymn to sacrifice, and finally Tendo Memorial's own school song. That one was nice. The girls were staring at him the whole time, but he didn't let it bother him. He blushed a little, okay, but that was it. Nothing else. Really. As for class, it was geography. Usually, his favorite, but today they were just talking about all these different places in Japan, and he'd been to most of them already. Osaka, Yokohama. So, Raraku, started the teacher. Again. You've been there, as well. Told ya. Many times. There's this ramen stand in the middle of a park, and on a trip with your parents? None. I usually get there when I'm at someone else's house and I look for the bathroom. The whole of the classroom giggled. Why they never believes him. It's not like he meant to end up in all those places. I've told you time and time again, young man, said his teacher, now sporting an angry look, that it is most improper to lie in that fashion. Regardless of whether you are HIDIKI or not, I'm afraid I'll have to. A knock at the door. Fuman-sensei cleared his throat and opened it. Yes? He asked the visitor, who was invisible to the class. During a brief, inaudible exchange, the teacher tailed by several shades. Yes. Of course I will. No. No problem at all. He turned back to his pupils. Raraku? It's your mother. She needs to take you for another blood test. The hovercar ride was silent. Raraku was buried against the soft leather of the back seat, keeping himself busy by playing with his thumbs, while his mother kept her eyes firmly on the road, her thin brown hair never swaying, never moving, just staying still. She only spoke once, when they reached a red light. You'll remember your training, she intoned, not looking back at him. Hi, Okasama. You have studied for this test. I have prepared you. You must not fail. A pause, as she shifted gears. You must be strong, Raraku. Every syllable of his name was pronounced crisply and clearly. It gave him the same feeling he got when he bit into celery straight out of the fridge. When Okasan said it, it never sounded like a name, more like a promise. I'll be strong, Okasan. Good. The automobile started up again, and threaded its terrestrial way through the rows of slowly moving hovercars. At the clinic, the doors opened for them automatically. He'd often asked why he couldn't be taken with a regular hospital, but the only answer he'd ever gotten from any adult was a cold glare. It only took a few of those to teach him that it was better to stay silent, and not make too many questions, especially to Obasan. So glad to see you, Penelope. Onohoji-san was there to meet them. The kid's already been poked this month, Tanaro. Why the second test? We need to ascertain certain things, and Kyuthu's up to his loony ideas again, isn't he? Penelope. Enough, Yami. Everyone knows he has you tied around his little finger. If he asked you to bark like a dog, you'd be in the pound the next day. It was always like this. Whenever he came, the two would fight, saying words he didn't want to hear, and arguing about things he didn't understand. Gosankuji has kept this company together for this long. Imutu. Hoji-san calmly cleared his throat and smoothed his blue-gray suit. If it weren't for him, Corp would. Corp is no longer my concern. I'm a HIDIKI now. Oh, no. Hoji-san smiled, and ruffled Reiraku's hair. I'm not doing this for Corp. Just for the Onos. To serve one is to please the other. Gosankuji's in his 70s. How can you still think that withered, that pruned? How could you think that he's still? A light came down the hall. Ah, said Tanaro. I see Sakuen is ready for us. She was. Light reflected from the perfectly polished white walls of the room, making it impossible to make out most details. But she was one thing that Reiraku could see in perfect clarity. She wore a surgeon's pastel green gown, cap and mask. White latex gloves and thick-lensed goggles covered the rest of her human features, with the exception of a bun of wispy black hair sticking out in the back. She was eerie, supernatural. She never spoke, and merely did what she was told, silently, efficiently, without complaint. When they walked in, she took the boy by the shoulders and propped him onto a metal chair, then placed restraining straps around his arms and legs. You don't have to lock him in, we do, after the last time. When it comes to enduring pain, your child has proven quite the disappointment. Today, he wouldn't fail them. He'd had training. He knew what to do. It wouldn't hurt. It couldn't. That didn't mean he couldn't fear it. Sakuen opened a chest of drawers, the same type found all over the clinic, and searched through its contents, finally plucking from the frame a long, silver tube. Tanaro. That's not a syringe. What are you going to? Hoji-san put his right hand on his mother's shoulder, and his left over her mouth. Reiraku remembered this device. He remembered it well. The boy began to scream. Penelope tore away from her brother's grip and hunched over her son. Don't make a sound. Be quiet, or if the boy can't even stand the sight of the sample collector,